Yes, so yes, we are late in the program, but we are starting up. Okay, just a few minutes. I'm just testing the mics to check whether they're working. Check 1 2 1 2. Yes, so good afternoon once again. Yes, I'd like to welcome you to the IP Symposium that we are having, hosted by the Nairobi LSK branch. We are happy to celebrate the World Intellectual Property Day. And this time around, we are doing it a day ahead because the actual day is tomorrow. But then as a branch, we said, you know, why not doing early? Why not do it early? So we're here to celebrate. The theme for this year is IP and the SDGs, building our common future with innovation and sustainability, okay? So without further ado, you'll allow me to introduce the panelists we have. And so I will just go through their profiles and then we can get into the session. So once again, welcome, and I hope that we'll get to learn one or two things. So our first panelist, I'm not going by any order, I'm just introducing all of them. So the lady on my left is Liz Lenjo. You can wave your hand for them to see, good. So Liz Lenjo is the founder and managing consultant at my IP legal studio. She specializes in intellectual property, entertainment, media, and fashion law. She is the chairperson of the Copyright Tribunal and established under the Copyright Act of Kenya. She's an adjunct faculty member of the Strathmore University, where she teaches media and entertainment law. She also tutors with Copyright X, that is the Harvard University, which liaises with the Godown Arts Center. She's also a volunteer with the Kenya Bureau of Standards as the chairperson of the Intellectual Property Committee and the Kenyan Fashion Council as the head of Intellectual Property and Policy in the Legal Committee. She holds a master's in intellectual property law from the University of Turin and the WIPO, a bachelor's of law from the Catholic University, and a postgraduate from Kenya School of Law. She also holds a certificate in fashion law from the Fashion Law Institute, that is Fordham University Law, and she has professional certificates in IP, management, mediation, and arbitration from the WIPO Academy and Copyright X, Harvard. Then she's also a published scholar. Her LLM research paper has been published in the renowned Mackay Intellectual Property Law Review 2018. And the title of the same is Inspiration versus Exploitation, Traditional Cultural Expressions at the Hem of the Fashion Law Industry. So if you're curious to access this, you can access it on the Mackay IP Law Review website. Then she has consulted for the Kenyan government on matters traditional knowledge and cultural expressions, and has made several presentations in different parts of the world on traditional knowledge and cultural expressions. Then other than that, she is a blogger. I believe you can also Google her and you'll see her blog on IP and entertainment law, which focuses on non-legal minds to understand the fundamental areas in IP. She's also a chapter lead of the Creative Commons Kenya and the head of the Culture and Entertainment Platform. She has been recognized for her efforts in the field and is a nominee of the prestigious Business Daily Top 40 Under 40 Women 2018. She's recognized as one of the Shining Lights 2021 by WIPR Diversity, a listing the best and brightest influential women in IP globally. So you can see we have a good caliber in terms of an expert in IP. And then in 2022, she also got recognition from WIPR Diversity as a beacon of light for being persistent and indomitable to make the IP profession more inclusive. Her consultancy has also been feted for the most adaptive use of technology by the inaugural DEAR Awards 2022 by Kayana, which celebrates women in business in Kenya. And then recently, she was feted as the IP Lawyer of the Year 2022 by the African Legal Innovation Awards. She's also a member of the International Trademark Association, and she serves as a member of the Global Advisory Council Africa, Programming Council, and the Anti-Counterfeit Committee. So a round of applause to her. Okay, great. So our second panelist of the day on my immediate left, his name is Kennedy Mutua. You can just wave your hand. Wave your hand for people to see you. Yeah, great. So Kennedy Mutua is a partner at Sisule and Associates LLP and the team leader for intellectual property law. He is a public policy and government relations expert at data privacy and emerging areas. He has a Bachelor of Laws degree from the University of Nairobi, and he is pursuing a master's at the same university. He is a registered patent agent and a trained and experienced data privacy practitioner and a founding member of Kenya's Data Privacy and Governance Society. Mutua often contributes to Business Daily and the Daily Nation's opinions and editorials. He formerly served on the boards of both the Kenya Fashion Council and the Private Bikers Association of Kenya. He is a member of the Muthaiga Rotary Club's Board of Director and the District's Legal Advisory Committee of the Rotary District 9212. So Mutua holds the Legal Insider radio program on Capital FM. I'm sure a number of you have seen his shows. If you haven't, please make sure you tune in every Thursday evening. I believe he'll tell us more in terms of the timing so that we can get to know what the Legal Insider is all about. He is an adrenaline junkie, so he collects art, motorbikes, whiskey, and also reads books. He enjoys orchestras, festivals, golf, rugby, and Liverpool. I believe he supports Liverpool. So a round of applause to Mutua. Then the lady on my left, the third lady there, second lady of course, is June Emma Chepkemboi. So Ms. Chepkemboi is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, and she is a legal practitioner. She's a graduate of Kenyatta University with a Bachelor's of Law degree. She has gained experience consulting on various legal matters in the fields of law, intellectual property, entertainment law, commercial transactions, dispute resolutions, among other things. She takes pride in providing an enabling environment for clients to share their concerns with the aim of arriving at a workable solution. So she strives to be a reliable counselor to her clients and to be an impactful educator to help people to understand their rights and attain justice with undue delay. So a round of applause to Juliet Chepkemboi. Thank you. So the last panelist on my extreme left is Thomas Louis. Thomas Louis held various roles at the current HHM Dentons, that is from the year 2008 to 2018, a span of 10 years, from a trainee to pupillage to an associate in the commercial department. He then spent 6 years in the litigation departments and 4 years in the commercial department. And while at Dentons, he handled complex mergers and acquisitions work, banking and finance, as well as infrastructure projects. In April 2018, he was headhunted to work for Safaricom, that is the M-Pesa Africa, as the group lead counsel for financial services. So at Safaricom, he was involved in innovative technology projects, which include Fuliza, the M-Pesa Super App, Pochi La Biashara, M-Pesa Business App, and the M-Pesa Global Pay Virtual. So at Safaricom PLC, he was also the regulatory and public policy manager for M-Pesa, a role which he held for 4 years until April 2022. So he was appointed by the Visa International as the director legal at Visa Sub-Saharan Africa, and he oversees the legal services across 13 countries in East Africa, including the islands. He studied law at Mount Kenya University, and he holds a master's degree in law, that is oil and gas law, from Strathmore University. He has attended short modules at the Queen Mary University of London, the Oxford University, and the University of Reading, and more than 60 hours of different courses, especially in technology. And he enjoys playing golf and watching Formula One. So a round of applause. Thank you so much. Yes. So as we note, we continue to celebrate the World Intellectual Property Day, which officially is on 26th. But at the branch, we are already in the mood, so we've started early celebrations today on the 25th. And so we'll just dive into the questions that we have. So if we can start off with Mr. Mutua. So in what ways can IP frameworks be adopted or improved for better support in terms of sustainable development initiatives?
Thank you, Josephine. Fox, is it possible for all of us to just come close so that we can have a conversation, so that we, that's easier? Hey, Emmanuel, nitakuhanda, karibia hapa.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Great.
So if you're my senior, thank you for allowing me to bully you. So in response to what you've said, I'm looking at a raft of measures from this side. One of them is involving yourselves in legislative, legal support work. A while ago, our good friends at the Copyright Tribunal, they had stakeholder engagement. It was held up here, right? I am hoping some of you came, and if you came, you put in a few things to be able to make our legislative framework better preposition. Not so long ago, we had the Copyright Act being reviewed, and I think comments were sent out. A notice of memoranda was sent out. It was published in all newspapers, the Daily Nation, the Standard, all newspapers. I don't know how many people put in their memoranda, either in their individual capacity or on behalf of their clients or on behalf of themselves. So that is one way of supporting the existing legal framework. The second thing, I'm looking at supporting judiciaries. And judiciaries, I just don't mean the court system. I'm looking at it from the point of when the chair of the Copyright Tribunal is here and they're holding a stakeholders meeting. My thinking and from where I see it is, look, folks, come here, have a conversation. They're trying to create awareness. Because how many people know about the tribunal, the Copyright Tribunal here? Of course not you. No. Yeah. Right? So this information is sitting with us. It needs to go out there to other people. Now, the other thing I'm looking at is the aspect of devolving some of these aspects. We sit in Nairobi and we think the world revolves around us in Nairobi. There's a lot of stuff, there's a lot of things, there's a lot of innovation that goes back to mashinani. So from where we sit, as a government, as a society, in our individual capacities, in whatever we do, we need to devolve some of these things. And if you remember, one of the biggest custodians of traditional knowledge are the county governments after the act was passed. I do not know how many county governments are even aware of that. So those are some of the ways we can support the legislative framework. Let me look if ADR. When entities are creating, when they're doing their research and development, they want to bring in a product into the market. In an ideal world, they don't want to give a damn about running around litigating about certain things. A creator, an innovator, just wants to sit down, create, without ever having the thought that at any given point, this matter becomes litigious. Someone has run away with a product I did, and the best case is a South African case that has been litigated for eons, ridiculous number of years, and even now, the award has not been awarded. There's still a lot of back and forth. So if we can find a different legal mechanism to ensure that if someone is creating something, they want to focus their minds on just creating and not worrying about the legal process. And you'll realize it's only lawyers who love the legal process because we love the money and the perks that come out of it. But the local folk there doesn't give a damn about that. And the best example is when someone is arrested. They easily want to bribe their way out of the situation because at any given point, I don't want to interact with the judicial system. So just from my end, that is how I'm looking at the situation.
So thank you for that insight, and indeed, you're correct in terms of the current situation and, you know, as practitioners and the fact that we serve our constituents of creatives out there who would like empowerment, and so they would not be really keen in terms of the frameworks, but nevertheless, they still need to be educated on the same. So I would wish to transition into policies and regulations. So to you, Liz, how do we ensure that we strike some balance when it comes to giving incentives as well as ensuring there's equitable access to these services and the goods?
Okay, thank you so much, Josephine. I think before I answer that question, I want to echo what Mutua said. He said something really important, which speaks to just that whole, you know, ecosystem of IP and how it can be sustainable, especially for us lawyers. Because where we're standing right now, we can easily be sliced from that equation. Like, do you know at the Copyright Tribunal, a rights holder can represent themselves? That essentially says that they don't need us. And we want to be needed. Sindio, all those years of school. Yeah? So which also means then, you have to understand and appreciate a few things. Like one, intellectual property has a shelf life of a banana. We don't have time for litigation unless we are trying to create some jurisprudence to understand or shape certain issues in IP law that are still shaky and we need stronger ground or something, right? But if it's a, who owns copyright sort of situation, it boils down to the evidence, it boils down to even just being that referee in the system and saying, okay, you're my client, yes, but here you messed up. Yeah, you messed up, let's make it right. And I used to think, you know, I had never seen that until I worked in the US briefly. I worked in an IP firm in Vegas. And when I saw that other, you know, senior seasoned lawyers are doing that, I was impressed. And then here we are in Kenya, we are like, tribunals, mediation, there's no money, what. Those guys were like, yo, dude, let's finish this up because I have a bigger fish to fry, or I need to go and cast my net wider to make more money. And the thing with innovators and creatives is that they're always looking for a simpler way to do things. We can be those people. We can be the, you know, the shepherds for that. right? So unfortunately, creatives right now usually look at lawyers and they say, oh, you're the guys who talk that big English, we don't understand, you talk from your nose, sort of thing, yeah? And this is first-hand information, from my many years of working with creatives and just trying to understand their ecosystem. So I think that becomes very important. And again, just being on the ground, which now feeds into my answer to the question. You want to be on the ground as a lawyer to understand what's going on and process what is in the society, what's in the area of business versus what is on the law. Because the law is dynamic, right? The law is supposed to mirror how we function and how we do business and whatnot. And that's always changing. And if there's an ecosystem that's always changing, it's IP. Yeah? So right now we are on the conversation of AI. ChatGPT, what does that mean? And the impact it's having is cutting across from innovation. We're having copyright conversations, who owns what? We're having conversations around academia, and so my student, submits a paper and I can see ChatGPT all over it. There's so much in that regard. So it means then as lawyers, we are looking into that and we're identifying opportunities or lacunas. A sad fact, I'm not going to say it's a fun fact. Unfortunately, in Kenya, we don't have an IP policy. Did we know that? Yeah? This thing has been a draft. I think right now we're probably in like 10 plus years. When I was starting IP, it was a draft. To date, we don't have an IP policy as a country. It's a problem, right? And I think for us lawyers, I think we're just trained to see law, but we never sit down to also interrogate what is the source of the law, and we know policy, it shapes, it's the roadmap to our legislation. It's the reason why right now we have so many beautiful laws, but the enforcement always gets stuck somewhere because there's no guiding document at the back end, right? So that means then as lawyers, they don't call us learned friends for nothing. Yeah, so that means it's up to us to delve further. Yeah, so even for the law students who are currently watching, once you get your LLB, that's not the end of reading. It's what I tell my students. I have one of them here today, and I'm sure she can see that she's constantly reading. Yeah, so that means you are putting yourself in a place where you're doing that research and you're interrogating your subject matter. If in IP, for example. Why don't we have a policy? What does the draft policy look like? What are the, where are we stuck? Yeah, and then what skills do you have that you can complement the system? Don't wait for GAVA to do something. Come to LSK in Nairobi, we have the chapters, the national office, and spearhead something. And we need more of that, especially from young lawyers, yeah? Because some of us, I feel like we were there, we got stuck, we found a way to navigate and move on, but still something didn't happen, and you can do something. And even if we did something, we are in 2024. If we did something in 1998 versus 2024, see, we need to update, yeah? So you find there's a lot of opportunity in that light. So it means interrogating policy-wise, what do we need, what changes do we need to have in place and whatnot, so that then again the balance. With innovation, a lot of practices change. Investors also change their business models and how they view intellectual property. Even the governments, how they view IP. Right now we are stuck where we're trying to figure out how to monetize IP. Kenya is actually ahead of the pack in Africa. We have a statute that talks about how banks can use IP as collateral. But now there's a place we are stuck. So the lawyers in the house here and those who are watching who are in banking, where are we stuck? Yeah, what is this fear about IP and the creative economy being risky? Because that's the word we hear. So, but you as the practitioners now should be able to help now spear that. So I'd say just being on the ground, being part of that conversation is really important, and that's how we strike that balance.
Okay, just allow me to probe further now that you've raised the issue on policy and the fact that 10 years down the line, we're still on the same place, nothing has moved, and we don't know how long. Out of curiosity and the fact that the current government regime is really keen into supporting the creative economy, then what can we do? What is that one thing we can do as advocates, especially in the intellectual property space. What can we do to nudge the government and to nudge the holders of these policies to, approve these policies and to have a framework in place? Because if the government is showing goodwill in terms of prioritizing the creative economy, it is in the government agenda. What is the one thing we can do as advocates to, get over these 10-year, impasse?
I'd say this. I think it would be easy, to move through the IP ICT committee, number one, where now you delve into the previous draft. Of course, right now it's very outdated. So a review of that draft and updating it, and then, presenting some sort of like a paper or something to the CS, the respective CSs, to say, okay, we even have done the homework for you. This is where you guys were stuck. We've done edits. Now you can have your policy experts to quote unquote mark the work we've done, but we've done everything. And then the other thing I think we don't do well as lawyers there, because we do a lot of fabulous things in our different firms, especially even just in terms of CSR, building the different communities that we work with and business environs and stuff, but we never talk about it. Even judiciary does a fantastic job, but they never talk about it because of that fear. I think it's just that fear as lawyers we usually have, because already people are saying we are not good people. So we're always like, okay, clearly if they don't see good in us, we... But the minute you do such a thing also, it means you have a communications expert, you package it, and you're able to say, we're having a press conference or we're releasing a press statement, this is what we have done, this is what we want to achieve, this is... So that all the eyeballs are looking at it. That means even now the policy experts, the members of the fourth estate are also now creating a conversation around it, and we're getting the attention of the government. So again, you have to carry it through. You do the paperwork and then what? Carry it through. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. You can try.
Let me be the devil's advocate. To be sincere, the government has never been serious about these things. And this is how I'm looking at it. One, constantly an entity like Kekobo was always a creation of the AG, as a smaller offshoot at AG. When you look at an entity like Kipi, why the hell was anti-counterfeit hived off from Kipi? Why the hell do we have Kenya Innovation Agency being hived off from Kipi? If this folks are serious, those entities should have been together. Now let me stir the waters further. Kenya Innovation Agency, which is in charge of innovation in Kenya, is under the Ministry of Sports and Culture. Sports, in Swahili we call it michezo. Right? Do other serious things, but michezo ni baadaye. Now, Kipi as an entity is under the Ministry of Trade. I mean, there's a lot of mumbo jumbo. So if you ask me, I don't think the government has ever been serious. And the reason why it's never been serious is because probably the legal practitioners have never given them a reason as to why they should do that. Let me even give you a very practical example in the judiciary. Why should we have a decision that is from the Copyright Tribunal being appealed at the High Court? Why don't we have a specialty court that deals with matters just sincerely IP, because it's a technical subject? So for me, from where I sit, I have never seen that.
Okay, thank you so much, Mutua. Thank you, Liz. And indeed, as advocates, I believe that calls upon each and every one of us. We need to do something. From the comments that are coming up, it seems there's just a need for a radical approach in terms of the structures that we have, in terms of the law, the policies in place, and also for the government in terms of just a proper structuring when it comes to the ministries and all those. So I'd like us to proceed. And let's now go to the grassroots. If we approach the grassroots, Juliet, please, what do you think? What strategies can be employed to promote grassroots innovations and the indigenous knowledge while respecting IP rights and ensuring that there's inclusive growth?
I think going off of that, we would first want to consider what are the challenges that we face most in the grassroots. And a lot of time it stems from funding and support. The second, one of the biggest problems would then be knowledge or lack thereof. And as far as funding is concerned, research and development can be very, very expensive, and it is not money that people usually have lying around. Also, in terms of when we talk about research and development for medicine, for example, there's always stages to it before it gets to market, and I believe for every other area of development, for example, testing. And sometimes innovators get to the point where they need to test out what they have created, and they're not sure if it will then be in contravention with the law. So one of the ways I would say would help promote grassroots innovation would be increase funding and support to those areas, either through grants and support from the government. There are also options to have sandboxes that will create a controlled environment where people can test out the things that they have created, see if it works, see which aspects of them might be in contravention with the existing laws and how to correct such errors, so that as they move to market, they have something that is not only functional for the market, but also in compliance with the law, and most importantly, would qualify for IP protection. The other thing I would say is limiting policies and laws that are restrictive to innovation and use of inventions that could ease how we do things, right? A couple of years ago, there was regulation on how to use unmanned flying objects, let's say, for example, drones, which with the crowd that we deal with, being an entertainment lawyer and with people in the filming industry, they were like, okay, so I really do not see why there has to be this much regulation for me to fly a drone if I'm just shooting a short film. Rightfully so, because some of the things were not, it seemed a bit too pedantic and pragmatic, in that it then curtailed people and held people back from doing what they could have done more efficiently. And we've seen such technologies being very, very efficient, even in areas of agriculture. People are using drone technology for precise farming, and it helps reduce the amount of time you spend going to the farm and doing this and the other, and also limits the time, the manpower required to do some things like spraying crops. So I would say consider the laws that we put out there, just make sure they're not too limiting for the people that they're meant to serve. The other thing I would say, also adding on to what my seniors have already spoken about, is informing people of what actually exists. You've mentioned indigenous knowledge, and if we were to ask an ordinary person what is indigenous knowledge, they likely wouldn't define it, let alone within the context of IP. If you were to ask someone what they know about their traditional knowledge, for example, or cultural expressions, they likely wouldn't know what that is, and yet it is something that is very pertinent, and it is the thing that we interact with the most, especially in the African culture. So I would say empowering people with knowledge on what IP exists for them, how it can be protected, and most importantly, what it can do for them, which goes to monetization and exploitation. How then can you exploit the IP that you have, or even the traditional knowledge, the cultural expressions? Aside from exploiting it, how then does it give you back money? That is what I would say on that.
Okay, thank you so much, Juliet, for that. So we move on to Mr. Luis. And now, as advocates, we are also in an interesting space because we also play a part when it comes to promoting IP and all that. So for Mr. Luis, how can we, as lawyers, how can we contribute to fostering an environment of innovation and creativity, at the same time ensuring that there's compliance to these laws that are in place?
First of all, pleasure being next to this esteemed panel. I was just interacting with them before the session and very mind blown by the discussions. We were discussing law firms and how traditionally you've got the lawyers with 20, 30 years experience really dominating the market. All the big briefs from the, say, top 3 listed companies go to the top 3 law firms or top 5 law firms. So what hope is there for the 17 to 20,000 plus lawyers that we have in this country? So, I mean, this topic is related to the question I've been asked on the culture of innovation in the legal profession. I believe that innovation and creativity is one of the biggest bets for young lawyers to really bridge the gap between year 1 of practice to year 20. Currently, you don't need to wait a week, for an affidavit if you're a client. You don't need to really go to Bullen and Leak on forms and precedents to know how to respond to a cease and desist letter. Like Joy said, sorry, it's Joy?
Janet.
Janet, sorry, my apologies. Like Janet said, I don't know why I have Joy in my mind. ChatGPT, generative AI is there. It's not here to disrupt necessarily the profession unless you allow it to do so. This is the kind of technology that's as much a game changer as electricity was a game changer in the 1800s. So what can we do to encourage a culture of innovation? I think we need to rethink business models, especially for those in legal practice. We can't just offer law as a service because the law is available all over the internet and on any platform, that a client can find on any device, etc. There's now many value-added services that you can offer clients, including legal technology such as automation as a service. I've seen people quitting practice to go do legal engineering, and they even changed their title from lawyer to legal engineer on LinkedIn. And that's precisely because they've learned how to code, they've learned how to build software, they've learned that lawyers are probably the most lucrative people as customers when it comes to automating their processes. Lawyers, law firms, and that includes legal departments for us in in-house practice. So there's massive opportunity for innovation for lawyers and the next generation of lawyers. What else can we do? Look at the legal education. I'll just start with our country. The courses that we're doing now are probably the courses, if your grandparents are lawyers, they probably did the same courses, with the exception of 1 or 2 courses in IT or something like that. I think we need to embed innovation and creativity as part and parcel of the curriculum at law school level, because all our other compatriots and colleagues in other professions are doing it. They are learning coding, they are learning software development, they are all over the place with startups looking for funding. And as lawyers, we are getting less and less relevant. So it's important for us to collaborate with non-lawyers for the first time, because we only like to, we like to think that we are capable of being experts in pretty much every other field. If you go to a typical law firm, you'll see that the business development person is a lawyer, the innovation and automation person is a lawyer, et cetera, et cetera. We need to learn how to collaborate with non-lawyers, to build on synergies and build the next innovations that will change the world, really. I think also I've already talked about investing in legal technology as a must do. This is something I think that is very imperative because legal technology is something that's going to be a game changer in the forthcoming world. So maybe one other way that lawyers can contribute to the culture of innovation, I think the knowledge management element. The guys with 20, 30 years experience need to consider engaging in platforms where they can do some sort of information sharing, insight sharing, all those trade secrets in those law firms which we are not aware of. There needs to be a bit more open source kind of sharing. If I can get information out of a software in 3 seconds, why can't I get it out of a law firm that's been around for 5, 10 years? So I think those are my contributions on innovation, and how the legal profession can contribute towards it.
Yeah, you will. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for those strategies, and indeed, it would be good for the young lawyers out there, because I believe I've interacted with some of you out there. So if you followed what Louise has just said, we have a lot of opportunities out there. You see, some advocates have already transitioned. He's spoken about legal engineering. So since we have a mentorship session coming up, I believe this would be an opportunity for you young advocates out there. Please interact with our panelists and get to know on the other areas you can tap in and, explore in terms of what we can do as advocates. So, Mr. Mutua, I believe you have something to add on that. So you can add on the same as you also tell us in terms of looking at the other sectors other than law. Law as a legal sector, of course, we've seen the strategies we can employ in terms of including and incorporating technology and creativity. But other sectors out there have already incorporated that, and they've made an impact in the society. So are there any lessons you can say that we can learn from other sectors?
Let me just build up to what Louis said. There's a thing I keep telling my friends. Don't always hang around lawyers. You're going to eat the same food, drink the same alcohol, hang around the same places on Friday. Talk about the whole president, CG, you appeared before who. It's the same conversation. The moment you hang around other different, diverse sectors, ideas trickle in. The same way they see you're very educated and you have crazy ideas, you also get crazy ideas from there. And the perfect example has always been, I like what Big Four does. These folks have been here for hundreds of years, right? Continent to continent, different cultures, and they figured out how this thing works. Many times when you go for public participation, or when you're lobbying in parliament, who do you find? Someone from PwC, someone from Deloitte. And then you're asking, boss, I thought you're an audit firm. Why the hell are you doing in parliament? So for them, it's a constant evolution that has seen them from North America, where the culture is very different, to Black Africa, where the culture is different, and they keep on thriving. They keep on getting jobs from us. So that has always been way I've looked at certain situations. And even the direction that we've taken the firm, it has all elements of Big Four, because we looked at the will they have. Many times I don't need to reinvent that. So that is my contribution to add to what Louis said. But now, my question. One, specificity. And I will just break it down to a level where we all relate. I'm sure you've seen an image right matter at the High Court. It has been filed. And the prayers that are there are ridiculous. Mpaka slavery is human rights, And of course, I know as lawyers, because you want the pages to be many, the folios, so that when the matter is being taxed, you know, you can get a bit of money out of it. Now, if as an organization, you can be very specific. Specific in your needs, specific in what you want. Look at Safaricom, very specific. Came in, offered you a service, then we gave you M-Pesa. Very specific on what we need. And then they said, this market is too small, let's go to Ethiopia. Just be specific. Now, the next thing, and forgive me if I say this, who's watching? There are children who are watching.
Yeah, lawyers.
Lawyers. One of my favorite rugby teams is called New Zealand. It's arguably one of the most, All Blacks. It's one of the most successful, if not the most successful team in the world. They have a policy called, and this is where children need to go and sleep, it's called no dickhead policy. And you can Google. It has 15 elements. And one of them is, when you're at the top, you keep innovating when you're at the top. Keep changing, keep renovating. It's the same thing that has happened to Apple. You guys are waiting, you're thinking that these guys, iPhone, this is the end of it. It's a more different thing. They go to a different sector and they keep on innovating. So those are the two major lessons I would borrow from different industries that have been here, and they're going to be here for long. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much for that. And I hope the children were sleeping indeed. So thank you for that insight. We move on to Liz. Now, when we talk about IP, we know that within the legal profession, yes, we may have awareness, but out there, when it comes to our creatives in the different ecosystem, there might be no enough awareness. So how can we ensure that IP education and awareness efforts are expanded and maximized in terms of the potential, so that it touches on all other professions or the other sectors?
I think one of the key things would be collaborations, both internally and externally. Internally, I mean, even us ourselves, outside being lawyers, we're individuals, right? And we are subject to different communities, either at a family level, society level. I love to play golf, the golf players, for example. Like, that's a community, right? So, see, while you're playing golf, you can tell people about IP. Yeah, because again, unfortunately, like with corporates, many of them are so unaware of IP. Yet, they're the biggest users of intellectual property. I know Juliet has seen it at the firm she's working at. I see it every day. And the unfortunate thing is just that lack of understanding. So which means then we need to be in spaces where we actually actively also have conversations. If it's like image rights and sports. Right now, we have Olympics coming up. There's that whole lack of understanding around the Olympics, the relationship with our athletes' images, the relationship with using the name Team Kenya and whatnot. Like, that conversation can happen, right? So that now, like Visa, we are telling them, hey, if you're going to talk Team Kenya, see, you let pesa to the sports, right? Because there are certain, things that are there that we need to talk about. It means also, as lawyers, we are supporting certain efforts. If, like, say, Office of the Registrar of Tribunals or Judiciary is doing something, either you as an individual or as a firm, come in and say, hey, I can give, what do you need? How can I help? You guys are going to Nakuru, you're going to Kisumu, you're going to where? I'm based in Kisumu, or I'm from Kisumu, I have people. What do you need? How can we support, right? Because again, like the Kenyan population is growing. I think now we are over 50 mic people, right? So not one person or 5 people can be, the preachers of IP and whatnot. So it's a collective thing. So how do we support? If it's just even donating chairs, it goes a long way, right? As you're donating chairs, you're telling your people, we will be at place X, there's something happening, Judiciary is doing this, or Lawyers Hub is doing this, LSK is doing this. We're supporting. So I think that's really important. And then, at the lawyer fraternity level, I think it's really important that for those of us who are employing to take time out to actually encourage young lawyers to go for some of these trainings and be part of these events, so that we don't just have that brick and mortar approach to legal practice and we're like, you have to sit in your desk, I have to see you. We unfortunately, we have those practices, but, have someone tell them to leave and have that open door policy for them to tell you if they see something interesting that's happening outside there. And they come and they tell you, oh, there is this happening, can I participate? Or I think we can participate as a law firm, as practitioners, or I want to participate as myself, please give me the opportunity to do so. So I think we need that flexibility in the legal space, because even that's how we will get new information to change our practice or to give our practice a new face or a current face. So I think that is also really important. We never talk about also what we need as lawyers. And I know there are so many young lawyers maybe who even wanted to be here today, but unfortunately, they were stuck on their desk. So to the senior lawyers watching, tafadhali, yeah, invest in the young lawyers. Let them come for these things. It doesn't cost much. And they will find a way to make up for quote unquote, but they're not lost hours, honestly, they're not. But they'll figure out how to manage their workload. But they should be in such spaces. They should show up. Connected Kenya is currently happening. I don't know how many lawyers are there, right? A lot of conversation happening in terms of technology in Africa, in Kenya. We need to be there for the lawyers who are interested in technology, right? But probably they didn't get time off work because like, if it's not LSK, you're not going. Yeah. So I think that's really important. And then something else I wanted to just chime in is that on the grassroots level conversation as well, is that even for us, like in the indigenous knowledge conversation and TKA-TCE conversation, see, we are all from different communities, right? And our communities are very rich in the different assets. We have gone a step further as the legal fraternity to have the different associations. Like I think there's the GEM or GEMA. There are people who have come together, right? There's the Rift Valley chapter, all these things. So it means even we can sit down and start figuring out how can we have IP caucuses to talk about also now TK and TCE. A lot of people are monetizing our cultural expressions and traditional knowledge. Yeah, our communities are left empty-handed, right? Meanwhile, tax is like up here, right? Someone somewhere in New York is packaging Muratina and it's selling for a pretty penny, and that money could circle back here, and hopefully our tax obligation can reduce a little, yeah? So that means then, if you're from the Muratina community, start talking to each other, figure out how you go to New York and meet this guy and tell him, my guy, please, risha pesa nyumbani sort of thing. But also meaning that we educate our communities and help them organize. Because under the TK Act, the county government is sort of like the custodian, but the community, ndio kusema, right? But they cannot say anything or do anything because they don't know. So you with your legal background, you can be able to sit down and say, okay, yeah, I'm from the Kikuyu community. We have these folk tales. We do the Muratina. What is it about the Muratina that's different? Is it the process? How do we document that? Nini, nini. Can we organize ourselves? They definitely need to be organized. So it could either be an association or some company limited by guarantee, so that now they are able to trade or even receive any monies. Again, that's where lawyers will become very crucial, helping them organize themselves at that level first, so that then they're able to, if they're going to document who is owning this documentation, at least now there's a vehicle to do that. If you're going out to start marketing your products as a community, who can do that? It will be that, right? So it means, so we have a lot to do also at that grassroots level, which means we have to also volunteer. And not just focus on the money. Unfortunately, sometimes as lawyers, the legal profession is peer pressure is serious. Yeah, you just get admitted and you're like, wait, I may need a beamer, like yesterday, and then we forget that we need to grow a community. So don't just see the big bucks also, because you'll be surprised the bucks will come after you've helped your people. Yeah. So again, at that conversation, at that level, I feel like right now where we are in the TK conversation also, I think lawyers, we are the best placed people to help our communities rise, because they have to be legally structured. And then now we help them with the documentation. And then we'll do a much better job in terms of even getting those commercial opportunities. Because like now you can imagine if a fashion house wants to do something with maybe even the Meru community, who do they go to? They saw something online, a fantastic basket or some hairpiece. But then where do they go, right? But the minute we organize them and we amplify these voices and their presence, it's money. It's money for the community. Now it's money for you as a lawyer as well. Because yeah, I've been doing pro bono, but now, hey guys, we're making money, nikumbuke. There's a way you can do those contracts. And when the time comes, you're also making bank. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you so much for that. And indeed, that awareness, it starts with us. In whatever capacity you're in, wherever you are, should it be playing golf or whichever place, ensure that we always incorporate and sensitize other people when it comes to IP rights. And through that, again, we can be able to build the development in IP and have an impact. So moving on to Juliet. Already we've seen some innovative approaches incorporated and some technologies already reshaping the legal industry. So do you have any examples you can give us? And I believe this is where ChatGPT would also come in. So do we have any that you'd like to talk about?
Thank you very much. There's certainly plenty of innovation going around and inventions that are set to affect the legal field in one way or another. One of them has already been mentioned by my senior, automation, which is coming in really handy to make sure, for example, you don't miss a court date or you don't miss a meeting or anything like that. So that is really a really excellent way to optimize the legal profession. Other things are AI, which again has already been mentioned. It is not really the bad guy that is coming in to steal our jobs. It could if we do not up our game. A couple of, I think, weeks ago, Nairobi was home to the first AI conference, which saw people from all around the globe attending, and the conversation in the room was, AI will not replace you unless you do not embrace it. And my senior again was mentioning that her students, sometimes she would see fingerprints of ChatGPT all over her students' papers. And I remember one of the panelists mentioning that in their country, I think they were from China, there is a professor that is now training their students on how to optimize the prompts that they issue to AI to make sure that you're not simply issuing prompts that will not help you gain more knowledge, because there's frankly plenty of knowledge to be gotten from the AI engines that are already available. So I do think the most groundbreaking one would be the AI, ChatGPT, which is already doing a lot of things. There's also other AIs that help optimize, for example, preparation of slides. There are AIs that, have you heard of thispersondoesnotexist.com? It's a website that you could just tell them, make me a 4-year-old boy, and it would give you a picture of a person that doesn't exist but meets the description that you asked for. And in the advertisement space, AI is coming in to revolutionize that. And now you would have to think. Now it brings in the conversation of what happens to image rights. What if this person who doesn't exist actually looks like me? What happens? So I think there are interesting conversations that we're about to get into. And I think the good thing for us lawyers is the good thing that we could do for ourselves is to get ahead of the conversation and get ahead of the change, learn from the countries that have already been there, and adopt well so that we don't get phased out by the changes that are coming our way.
Okay, so Juliet, before you hand over the mic, I think I'm excited that you've spoken about the topic on AI. And just recently, I believe it's been this week, There's one advocate I met in a law firm, and we were having that interesting discussion about technology, and the topic arose. And she was so scared in terms of us as advocates will lose our opportunities. So just to comfort her and to comfort all the other advocates who are also watching, what are the 3 things you tell them, any 2 or 3 things that you tell them to comfort them in terms of the opportunities that are created by AI for us as advocates, so that we can have an embracive attitude towards AI as opposed to having that fear and distancing ourselves?
Okay, first I would say AI ideally has come to make your life easier rather than destroy it. So figure out how to make your life easier using AI. Case in point, if someone had to give you a brief to draft a contract, for example, person A might draft every single clause from top to bottom, and person B might leverage AI to draft some generic clauses. So the person that would draft generic clauses using AI would likely finish their work faster than you would, and they would seem more efficient. You won't go and tell the client, me alitumia AI, I didn't. The client won't care. What would matter is I got the work and it's good work. So AI is not all that bad. Secondly, I don't think there's a possibility that AI would phase off your job altogether, because in our various fields, even for those that have practiced, you will notice that there's this thing that they say on a case-by-case basis. So that's to mean every case is unique and every situation is unique. So sometimes you would ask, if you've used ChatGPT, you would ask it a question and it would tell you something like, as an AI language, I'm not allowed to have an opinion, or something like that. So there are limits as well to how far AI can get, and especially in terms of what it can generate. And third, most of this AI is learning from things that already exist, from content that has already been put out there in the internet. So it has access to it either through books or through videos. So it is something that is learning. In the same way that it is learning, you as well can learn. And more to that, there are things that AI doesn't know that are culture specific. For example, what Ms. Lenger was saying on TCEs and TKs, those are things that AI couldn't possibly know the full breadth of, because some of those things you need to be in it to know it. So it's not all that bad. The best you can do for yourself is know how to leverage AI for your own sake. Just try not to get overboard, and most importantly, ensure that you're constantly learning from it and innovating.
Okay, yeah, you can.
So I am one of those people who started using AI and ChatGPT. But it stemmed from an IP judges colloquium at WIPO. And I was intrigued to learn that there are so many IP judges globally that have also been using it. So I was intrigued by that conversation when they were explaining the shortcomings of AI. So I started using it as well. And then I saw it, and I saw that it only gets to a point where AI helps you, and then the rest is up to you. So it cuts your time in terms of how much effort you put. So the generic clauses, and then you add in now the stuff. The other thing is, what it can help you is, you could give it instructions to give you what is a common practice in a different jurisdiction. Then it tells you the things to think about or look out for. And then now when you're creating your contract, you're able to do that. Or when I'm doing a judgment, now I'm able to do that because it's helped me isolate. It's even isolated at least some of the international cases that may be online. And I'm able to piece things together. So I don't think AI will ever replace us unless now we brilliantly enhance AI ourselves, because it will be now us. Because as Juliet said, you have to feed AI. This is all us. It's artificial. It's man-made information. So if we decided to now feed it, then now we can. So maybe now at LSK level, we should think of something for ourselves. And then it's something we subscribe to, and we get ahead of that game. Like, we can really get ahead of that game. And now we have those lawyers turned coders and whatnot. And there's a lot of source code that's also open source that we can build on. But I don't think, I think initially I was also of the opinion we would be replaced. until I started experiencing, experimenting, and being in those conversations, I realized, oh, by the way, imagine we have control over this. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you. Louis, you want to comment? Okay, great.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, AI, of course, is the latest buzzword for the last, say, 3-4 years, but now more than ever. Will jobs be taken away? I mean, many people predict that some jobs might actually, not see the light of day in the coming years, like, say, a receptionist who welcomes visitors. That can easily be replaced by a programmable machine. Even a chatbot on a website can take contacts of a visitor and leave if you want to leave a message, it can take your message and so on. So some jobs might be impacted, but I mean, what I learned, just like Juliet, is that it's all about learning how to live with it, because it's here to stay, in my opinion. What will disrupt our jobs is not AI itself, it's the person who uses AI. So the more we learn about it, how to use it, how to make it, make our work more efficient, then the more likely we are to thrive in the age of AI, which is here to stay. So yeah, I think I'm ready for the next question.
Okay, thank you. So for the advocates out there, I believe majority of us would be guilty when it comes to using this chat GPT, but then again, we can be able to, use it for its purpose. If at all its aim is to help our work easier, why not? Because whether we like it or not, indeed, it's here to stay. It has already disrupted and it will be here. So we adapt and live with it, and also maybe formulate strategies to also get ahead. Now, let's talk about the role of diversity. So to you, Louis, what role does diversity play in terms of both demographics and perspective, in terms of fostering innovation?
Okay, this is a difficult question, just by the kizungu mingi. But I mean, what do we mean by demographics? Of course, we're talking age, gender, creed, race, culture, etc. And perspectives, it's just, I mean, there's many perspectives as there are people. So I think the topic of diversity is very important in innovation, because no true innovation can happen unless you have the consumer of that innovation in mind. So if you're innovating for a category of people whom you know nothing about, have not bothered to learn, say, their culture or what they like, how they are conditioned to think, your innovation is not likely to succeed. I'll just start by making some broad examples from what I've come across in my career. The last place I worked, Safaricom. The late Bob Collymore, I remember he decided that Safaricom is going to aim for 5% of all staff, and we were many, we were 6,000, like a county. 5% of all staff were going to be people living with disabilities. Today, if you call the call center, chances are that 1 out of, a certain number of people might be visually impaired, might be someone who's got to use a wheelchair or something like that. These are people who add a lot of value to our community, but are often overlooked because of certain biases that we have in our minds. By the time I was leaving Safaricom, they had reached 3.7%. So 3.7% of 6,000, you can do the math. Imagine if all companies the size of Safaricom were to do that, how we could solve the problem of employment, in the community, and how much more inclusive we would be as a community. So, I mean, a few examples I came across in my line of work. There's the Braille watch, which enables people who are visually impaired to transact on M-Pesa. So, a text coming, the way we transact on M-Pesa, you kind of have to see the message. Your message, Now imagine if you couldn't see. Would you be able to verify a transaction? Would you be able to send money and receive money? So there's a whole lot of people excluded from this innovation. So I came across a watch that was innovated, which uses Braille technology. And when a text comes in, they can read it off the watch and they can verify transactions, and it helps them not to be ripped off, say, by the agent or something who maybe might want to take advantage of these people. There's other examples, like even the price list, to send and receive money on M-Pesa is usually written for people who can see. So how about people who cannot see? I've come across Braille technology where, people can actually read for themselves and verify transaction costs, etc. Now, diversity is as wide a topic as there is time to discuss. There's diversity on the basis of age. We've talked about law firms and the need to ensure that at least lawyers of different demographics and different ages are represented. This helps for you to understand clients of different categories. There's a very special category of clients known as Gen Zs. I'm not going to pretend I understand Gen Zs as much, but they're part and parcel of our community, and they have to be accommodated. This is the generation that's probably going to be the biggest in population size, the most technically savvy and technologically savvy. This is a big demographic of people who will and should be our clients. So understanding the need for inclusivity on the basis of age is very important towards innovation. So there's diversity on the basis of gender. Now, this is a controversial topic. We've taken a long time to implement the constitutional requirements for gender equality and all that stuff. We used to hear about, a constitutional crisis because we are not implementing some very simple things. I thought it's very simple. There are men and there are women. Why don't we have equal representation? Don't we all have sisters? Don't we all have, some of us have daughters? When you exclude the voice of a woman or a voice of a man, that's 50% of the demographics excluded. So the quality of your decision when innovating is not going to be that good comparing to someone who has considered gender diversity in their innovations. Key examples, and forgive me for this example, there's the always ultra debate about, I think, some material they used in sanitary towels that were causing certain parts of the demographics who use it discomfort. And the people who are engaging in this debate were none other than men. What do they know about this conversation? So diversity on the basis of gender is such a key thing that all of us need to consider it at all times when making a decision on, whether it's a question of innovation, staffing in our teams. I even like the panel here. It's very gender sensitive and gender balanced. And it really helps to reduce the kind of biases that we see in society. I came across, of course, the billboard on Kenyatta Avenue just before you turn in at NSSF, free sanitary towels for school-going girls. I support that 100%. If a girl is at home because she's going through her menstrual cycle, and these days I hear girls up to the age of 9 go through that, they can't be in places where their counterparts are innovating. So they're excluded from these opportunities, and this is a very key topic. I told you this was a difficult conversation. So yeah, this removing bias in judgment in society is very important towards coming up with the best possible innovations. There's one last example maybe I'd just like to draw in terms of diversity. I would say in social classes. That's really a demographic that we have to address because we come from a country and a continent where social classes is actually a thing. A small percentage controls majority of the resources, etc. It's very important to, when in the process of coming up with innovations and in the forums where innovation takes place, to include people from all walks of life. Because, I mean, we're in a continent where as high as 50+% people, live below $1 in a day, in a day, and so on and so forth. So if you're innovating and you don't understand those demographics, then your product is dead in the water. Of course, diversity in culture and race is also very important in innovations. You could come up with an innovation that is very not sensitive to, say, the Islamic faith, and you lose that entire demographic of people who could be your customers. I mean, I'm always encouraged by every new emoticon I see on WhatsApp. We'll even put, I was very excited when I saw golfers on WhatsApp now. It used to be soccer players in the sports emoticons. Before it used to be just white people. Now we have all types of colors there. And now even our grandparents are they find WhatsApp a very popular tool to use because I think they've really thought of diversity and inclusion in the innovation of that product. So those are my contributions on the topic.
Okay.
What did I do?
Thank you so much for that. You have really tackled that question very well and exhaustively. So I believe you've done a good job on that. Despite the disclaimer in terms of it being a tricky and difficult question. So I think as we approach the close of this first session of the IP Symposium hosted by the LSK Nairobi branch, I'd like to pose a question to each and every panelist present today. And it's a futuristic question. Looking at the future, what emerging IP technology is going to make an impact in this space? Louis was ahead of us. I believe he's spoken about the watch, the Braille watch, and that technology. But then, are there any other technologies that are likely to have an impact in IP? And then, if so, what can we do to leverage in terms of their potential?
I could start since I have the mic, then we could.
Sure.
So, of course, key among them is AI. It's a big deal, guys. We really need to learn more about it. I think the level at which AI has reached today is not anywhere nearly as high it can reach because my understanding of AI is, there's models that are created which can learn and can think. And the more they absorb, the more they learn. And the more mistakes they make, the more they never are going to make mistakes again. So there's a huge opportunity there. I know my colleagues are quite savvy in that topic. I won't get into it so much. There's Internet of Things. We've all heard about how you can check if the air conditioning in your law firm is still on and turn it off in the spirit of sustainability. So Internet of Things is definitely a real trend. 3D printing. Yeah, it's changing the game. You no longer have to, let's say, import a spare part. You can 3D print a spare part or something like that. In the world of diversity and inclusion, you've got, I came across a company that does prosthetic limbs by 3D printing, and that has dramatically changed the game. The cost of these things has now dramatically gone down. So that's one other trend to look out for. And the one that comes to mind, I think, is in biotechnology. Coming up with technologies that help. It's a controversial thing because you know all about GMOs, but there's technology that helps in creating drought-resistant crops and so on and so forth. So I mean, there's much more to talk about. So I think I'll hand over the mic to
Juliet.
He's mentioned plenty of what is there to look out for. So in addition to what he said, I'll just touch on innovative ways that people are using the technologies that already exist and that are emerging to make life easier and make life more sustainable. And that would be the use of technology for, I think I've already mentioned this before, precision agriculture. I think that is very very important for Kenya, especially being quite agrarian and a lot of our economy coming from the agricultural sector. I think that is an avenue that we should expect to get into more and more. We should look into technologies that help with this technology that helps with pest control without the requirement for using pesticides, which pesticides have been faulted for causing many health hazards to people. So that could be something to look out for. And I would say in preparing for that, this would go for policy and lawmakers. A lot of times the law follows change, and many times very, very slowly. As Ms. Linjo has already said, given the over 10 years we've been waiting for a policy. So I would say really pull up our socks in how fast we move towards legislating on the things that are coming to transform the areas of trade that we are in. And it helps that many countries have already been through this, so we could take some learnings from people that have gone before us and help mitigate whatever challenges would be coming our way. Yeah.
I think I'll just add one, I think, of my favorite innovations that is still underutilized and yet so mind-blowing: augmented reality and virtual reality. I've had a client meeting on AR. It was the most fun thing ever. Yes, the Oculus is expensive and everything, but that meeting didn't feel like a client meeting. It was so much fun. It felt like I'd known these guys for a long time. And the next thing, we are busy buying clothes and like, oh, I should change a suit. I should do it. Like, it was just so interesting. And I feel like the relationship I have cultivated with those clients was just so awesome. And then, just looking at how then it's also changing in terms of how it can even help us in terms of legal practice. Just that just showed, it's an extra level of the kind of meetings we can have with the different clients we have, especially those in tech. Already we've seen what Zoom has done for us and Google Meet and whatnot. So now Wakili a quick one. Now it won't be so random. Someone has to send you a link. You anticipate that Wakili a quick one. So you've already calculated your fees, sort of thing. But also again, AR and VR is opening opportunities to other ways to see even just the legal practice. What is the place of AR and VR in terms of location agreements in film? Because now all I need to do is just wear an Oculus and I can climb Mount Everest. Yeah. So now what are some of those legal things that we can start thinking about ahead of time? There's this new AI app called Sora that is changing the film space, and it's causing ripples right now. You probably might not need, if somebody's a filmmaker, they might not need a makeup artist, because just use that app and create some new monster and you're done and whatnot. So I think there's some very interesting, as AI is also coming. The different technologies are coming up. There's legal conversations and legal whatnots that we can get ahead of. That we can create. Should I say, new schools of thought? Like, we shouldn't wait for the EU or the US to, what about the African perspective? Again, we're not having a lot of African conversation and sprinkling that Africanness in what is happening. So again, there's so much in regards to this space that we can also do and how we can fuse our uniqueness in terms of culture. Yeah.
Thank you. So I'm looking at quite a number of things. One, Louis has talked about biotechnology, and one of the big conversations that you have in green spaces is a protein transition, because one of the conversation that is being had is how cows and beef are polluting the environment and how they're making a huge contribution towards methane, which is one of the greenhouse gases. So there's a lot of conversation about transitioning from beef as a protein to plant-based, to plants as alternative to animal and other like-minded things. So I'm looking at that. That is going to be a huge conversation. I know there's going to be a lot of patents filed from Nyandarua, because Warundi zinatoka huko, such kind of conversations. Now, I will not be surprised. This is just me thinking ahead of it. I will not be surprised when water becomes very commodified. Sips water. And you recently saw what happened in Doha, Qatar, the floods. There was another ongoing conversations about that. That is going to, those kind of technologies will have a major impact on IP. So that is how I'm looking at it. I will not be surprised if water as a commodity is put on the stock market in countries like Australia. That's another way of looking at it. Now, the world is becoming smaller. An entity that is coming to set up in Kenya is worried about the IP and how it's going to be used. So I'm looking at a trend where, as an entity comes to set up in Kenya, they're saying, look, we want to have a sort of level-headed IP harmonization of laws. So what this means is the global way of enforcement of IP rights is going to be similar. If not similar, it's going to take a certain dimension. I'm also looking at another aspect where digital assets become such a huge thing. I think we've seen countries, there's a country that said that they can export the oil and they're paid via a digital asset. So in as much as there's been a bit of skepticism around the last 10 years, I see that becoming such a huge aspect. I'm also looking at many people creating a lot of noise around the balancing of IP rights and access to medication. I think Kigali has been a huge part of it. Doha has been driving the narrative. So those are some of the trends and emerging technologies I foresee in probably the next 5-10 years.
Okay, so thank you so much for all those comments and all those emerging technologies. I think I'd also like to comment on one. There's a blockchain technology. When it came, it just disrupted things, you know. We have the Web3. I don't know right now we've advanced to which web, but the last I checked, we had the Web3. So with such technologies advancing and developing here and there, I believe what I hear the panel say is that as advocates, we are in a special place in terms of being the champions of developing all those necessary structures and policies so that as this technology brings disruption, as we embrace AI, as we embrace all these developments, we need to have those structures so that we can be able to accommodate them and we can be able to adapt and still secure our practice and still sustain a lot of growth when it comes to innovation. So we are coming to the end of this panel session, and I'd wish to call upon each and every panelist to give us their parting shot when it comes to the topic we've been considering, the theme for the WIPO, which we are celebrating the World IP Day, which is supposed to be tomorrow, but we've decided to just kick into the celebrations early enough. We've been looking at IP and SDGs and building a future with innovation and sustainability. So for our panelists, any parting shots that you have? You can start with Mutua.
I don't really have a parting shot. What I'm going to tell you is, this is why I shamelessly plug myself. I have done 2 episodes on a channel called Wakili Quick One on YouTube with a guy called Moriasi Omambia and with a guy called David Kate. And all the IP you need in the world, it's on those 2 episodes. I'm hoping to bully Liz to come to that episode. That's my parting shot. Thank you.
Don't worry, I will come. It's a promise. So my parting shot. So first, as the chairperson of the Copyright Tribunal, I would love to see more lawyers embracing ADR. We can only foster innovation if we also embrace ADR. If our innovators are stuck in litigation, they are not going to feel incentivized to innovate. Yet, even us, we are benefiting from that innovation. We also want our lives to be easier, not only as professionals, but as individuals, right? So then we have to actively be part of the solution towards creating a legal system that works, that finds solutions, pragmatic solutions, friendly solutions, even pocket-friendly solutions. Because innovators do not have deep pockets on the onset, right? And they'll remember you when their pockets are deep, right? So let's be part of that. And like something else to say is that, as much as our jurisdiction under the Act is very limited, for those who are practicing intellectual property law, under your dispute resolution clause, submit to the Copyright Tribunal. I think you want a judgment in 30 days or 60 days. Sindio, you make your money, move on to the next big fish. Yeah? So I'd highly recommend that. And we are working on a model clause that we can share with you guys so that for those who are, have clients in the copyright industries, you can start using that. Let us help declutter the judiciary. My other parting shot is that as lawyers, let's learn to also teach our clients to embrace fair practices, especially in the creative economy, like labor issues, for example. Your client is a technology startup, is a film producer. How are they treating their employees or their consultants? What kind of clauses are we helping them put in place, right? I know, yes, this is our job, this is our bread and butter, but are you going to be happy to know that someone slept in their car because they signed a badly drafted contract? Yeah. Are we also, we need to also push our clients to embrace that contracts are negotiations. It's not a hostile takeover. Yeah. And I'm saying this because where I sit from, I've had situations where a client calls me and they says, Wakili, please, you have to review this contract like now, on a deadline, tonight to midnight, or else I lose this job. Who is that lawyer telling them they have a deadline? Yeah. Let's read, even you want that opportunity as the lawyer on the other side to be able to actually review this deal, whether it makes sense for your client, and be able to negotiate, yeah? So that is something that I am imploring the lawyers present, those who are watching. We need to make sure that we are fostering good business practices for IP to be sustainable, for us to be in line with the SDGs. If it's decent work, decent pay for decent work, it means then our contracts for the filmmakers make sense. It means that they're treated like people. It means those guys working in the fashion factories are treated like people. So the contracts we draft, let's learn to be fair. I know it's a cutthroat world, but I think at the end of the day, the universe always gives back also to those who are fair and those who are with clean hands. Those are my parting shots. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My first parting shot would be, don't be too scared of AI. It's not here to replace you. A person who can leverage it is here to replace you. So make as much effort as you can to learn how to use it, learn how to leverage it, and learn how to make yourself better through it for a more efficient workspace. The other thing I would say in the spirit of meeting SDGs is let us enhance collaboration, as Liz had already mentioned, enhance collaboration with innovators, enhance collaborations with governments, ensure that there is as much interdependency. This way we will help not only grow intellectual property, but also protect the rights that arise from intellectual property. And the last thing is for policy stakeholders and regulatory bodies, let's not be too scared of change and then create laws that will, instead of fostering innovation and creativity and growth, curtail it. And secondly, let us get ahead of the change. Let us not wait until things get really bad and then we're stumbling in the dark, or we are working where there is no regulation. That will be it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliet. Yeah, so my parting shot in the world of big tech and AI, which is here with us, there are leaders and there are followers. So it's important to choose where you want to lie right now. The culture of innovation is something that we need to adopt, and not just as a catchphrase, not just at symposiums, but we need to embed it to our strategies, in our businesses, in our day-to-day lives. Everything about us needs to be embodying innovation, because that's the only way you keep up. The rate at which technology is evolving, you can no longer really invent something and sit on a patent for 10 years or something like that. It's going to be useless in less than a year or two, because it's constantly being developed. So as in addition to what my parting shot is, learn is what I can advise. Learn as much as you can. You've heard I've done 60 hours of learning. That's nothing compared to my colleagues in the tech space. Some of them have done 1,000 hours, etc. There's no limit to how much you can learn. Spend more time with non-lawyers. Spend more time with innovators. A lot of these guys have more skills than more skills than your traditional thing that you studied in school. You need to learn how to develop a program, develop a business plan, how to pitch for funding, where to pitch for funding, where to find investors, and who to collaborate with. I was at a forum one time when I met a venture capitalist who says he invests in African businesses for a living. That's what he does. And I asked him, would you invest in a law firm? He said a flat no. The no came even before I finished asking the question. So I asked him, how about a law firm that invents a chatbot? He's like, I think we can talk about that. Yeah, he wanted to discuss more when I asked him that. I don't know if you guys have come across Wakili AI. Have you come across it? I think I was the last one to find out about it. And I think it's a Kenyan chatbot that some guys have developed, and they're really trying to make it much more than just a chatbot. They're trying to create a network of lawyers who can be linked to clients, and it can be one big platform where you can see how much opportunity there is in the world of tech. Look at it as an opportunity and not really as a barrier or as a disruptor. So yeah, learn and get as many skills as you can, and the world will be your oyster.
Okay, so thank you for all those parting shots. I've been your host, and I'd also just like to make my own parting shot. I believe we've enjoyed today the early celebrations in terms of World Intellectual Property Day. So I would urge us as advocates, let's continue embracing technology. For me, I thank God because of COVID. COVID just, transformed everything for us. And even as advocates, we are experiencing the benefits of technology. We're able to attend court with a lot of ease because we've onboarded online court and all these other things. So as we continue to celebrate intellectual property, as we continue to play our roles as advocates, let's also just make a note in terms of the role we play, because we play a critical role when it comes to policy and developing proper structures. So at this juncture, allow me to also just give a vote of thanks. And the first category of people I'd like to thank for today is our REACH panel when it comes to these celebrations we are having. So I'd like to thank you, Mr. Kennedy Mutua, Ms. Liz Lenjo, Ms. Juliet Chepkemoi, and Mr. Thomas Louise. Indeed, thank you that we've had some great insights when it comes to IP and SDGs in line with the WIPO theme. we have learned a lot, and as advocates out there, we now know what to do, and we know the opportunities out there. I believe that we've also created a lot of ease when it comes to these threats of technology and AI, and as advocates, we are now at a more comfortable space, knowing that we still have opportunities that we can explore. So thank you so much for your presence here and the discussions we've had. So a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you so much. The other category of people I'd like to thank is the people we have here with us. Thank you so much for your presence here. Thank you so much for being patient, just listening in, you know, and enjoying the flow of the discussions. I believe we've also gotten to learn and we've gotten to enjoy this session. So a round of applause to all of you as well. Yes, thank you so much. So at this point, I believe I can release our list of panelists as we get into the second session of the day. So, oh, sorry, photo session. Okay, we can have a photo session and then we'll continue with the second program for the day. Woo, have we enjoyed the session? Great, great, great. So we want to move to the second session of the day. And the second session is on mentorship. So on this mentorship session, now that our panel is now with you, please let's keep engaging them because again, for mentorship, it would be good for us to get to grow and get to explore the opportunities available for us as advocates. So as we delve into the second session, I'd like to invite Barbara to come and make a presentation that she has.
So good afternoon, everyone, and happy World IP Day before the day. So my name is Barbara Maura. I am so in the spirit of flexibility, I will not stand there so that then we can share the screen. I wish it could go up a bit, but if it's limited, no problem. So I'm an advocate. I work at a law firm called Robson Harris Advocates, where I'm a senior associate, and I work for the commercial and conveyance department. And it's always good to come out as, I think it's Liz who was calling out senior advocates for not allowing junior advocates coming to attend such events, because that's the only way also you also get to meet experts, you get to meet seniors, and you also get to brainstorm. So in marking World IP Day, the presentation that I'm about to share with you is Intellectual Property and the Sustainable Development Goals, paving the way for a common future through innovation and creativity. So in a nutshell, we're just going to have a discussion as to how the two intersect. So innovation and intellectual property. And which one is the enabler of the other? So at the end of the conversation, you can tell me which one enables the other. So maybe as we get assistance, one thing that we can be discussing is how do we interact with IP on a day-to-day basis? President. Yes, Gashao. How do you interact with IP on a day-to-day basis? Whether in an individual capacity or whether you're an advocate or in your profession?
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you for that question, Barbara. IP, you have to interact with it every day. Every day in the sense that when everyone develops something, be it an app, be it a process, be it a patent, it's an intellectual property. So every day, even the design of the seat we are sitting on, someone maybe came up with it and made it their own. The famous one, which was not patented, is the condom dispenser units in government spaces. That's IP.
That's very clever, yeah. Any other?
I'd say another way that we interact with IP every day is when you walk into a supermarket and you want to pick something. For example, if you want to buy toothpaste, you know the brand, whether it's Sensodyne, Colgate. So the trademark that is Sensodyne guides you on what to pick. So yeah, say that's IP.
For those of us who use a matatu, we know when you take the green one, we know what company that is, versus when you take the purple one. Yeah? So that's one way also that we now have localized the use of IP. So let me just do the introduction. And since we are using heavy terms, and as Liz and Mutua have said, we need to simplify things. So SDGs means Sustainable Development Goals, and there are 17 of them, and sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So it's a question of whether we are able to sustain ourselves today, but also whether we'll also be able to sustain ourselves tomorrow. So, and in the quest for sustainable development, there's the interplay between our IP rights and the sustainable development goals. So that's the discussion. And the SDGs, which are also known as the global goals, were adopted by the UN in 2015 as a universal call to action for the following objectives. 1, to end poverty. 2, protect the planet. And 3, ensure that by 2030, all people enjoy peace and sustainability. So we are in 2024. We are 5 years shy of having the conversation as to how far we've come. And if we look at the objectives, to attain peace, to end poverty, it's a question of are we going towards meeting these objectives, or are we going far? No, and that's a question now. Like in the recent events, we have Russia, we have also the latest entrants, and those crises also then take us back, yeah? So it takes us back to, we have more poor people, we are going back to struggling with hunger and food sustainability. So then the question is, in light of SDGs and IP, which one threatens which one? The lack of sustainability, would it threaten the ability to innovate? Yeah. So then the next part is IP as a catalyst for innovation and creativity. So at the heart of SDGs is a recognition of innovation and creativity as essential drivers of economic growth and sustainable development. We've seen how content creators have just sprung, especially post-COVID, when everyone was on social media, and Kenya being the second most biggest consumer of socials, that's TikTok, that's Twitter. And so there's a monetization of those platforms. Then IP rights play a crucial role in the context of providing a legal framework that protects the creations of the mind, from inventions and literary works to symbols and images used in commerce, to prevent exploitation by unauthorized parties and to ensure fair compensation. We've just had the discussion of toothpaste. So if Sensodyne was not Sensodyne, how would we know when we go to the supermarket? And so the IP here is critical because it is what then protects those innovations and the literally works. And then now there's bridging IP and the SDGs. So the question is, how do we align IP rights and SDGs? And this is evident across several goals. I think it's evident across from goal 1 to goal 17, but we'll just discuss the following, I think 4. So goal 9 is about industry and innovation and infrastructure. And so IP rights stimulate innovation by protecting inventions and industrial designs. For example, the protection of patents through the Industrial Property Act, which thereby encourages research and development activities that lead to new technologies and solutions essential for sustainable industrialization, infrastructure, and development. Then we have goal 3, which is on health and well-being. And it's again through patents, IP rights incentivizes the development of new pharmaceutical, medical devices, and health technologies crucial for advancing global health and well-being. The two of them, we can go back to, I think, when COVID struck. And remember, we had to, because there was no innovation that had been able to respond to the crisis, we all had to stay home, and we had things called lockdowns. But but over time, I think within a period of 2 months, we saw both private entities, those are pharmaceuticals, and countries come together. And the whole purpose was to try and create a vaccine that could be rolled out in the shortest time possible. So that's one way that IP was used to achieve at least the 2 sustainable development goals. And then goal 12 is about responsible consumption and production. So copyrights and patents support the creation and dissemination of sustainable technologies and practices, promoting environmental sustainability through innovation in energy efficiency, waste reduction, and sustainable resource management. And I think the closest example to home would be a biodigester. Who has not come across a biodigester? But at least, even if you've never seen it, you've ever heard of it, yeah? So that's one way that someone leveraged their creativity. Then goal 4 is on quality education, and copyright protects educational materials and artistic work, facilitating access to knowledge and cultural expressions, which are foundational for quality education and lifelong opportunities. And so even as we continue, we've also seen that education also, over time, digitalized, so that then there is more on enrollment even of schools and academic courses that are more virtual than an in-person class. Then the challenges that exist between the nexus of IP and SDGs. So while the potential of IP rights in supporting the SDGs is immense, it has not been without challenges. And the following issues are up for discussion. One is the issues of ensuring equitable access to IP-protected technologies, balancing IP rights with public interest, and fostering an inclusive IP system that supports innovators from all backgrounds are critical for maximizing the contribution of IP towards sustainable development. And I think Juliet really emphasized and re-emphasized when it comes to indigenous knowledge. Then the opportunities, so to address these challenges, the strategies that we could adopt include 1, fostering public-private partnerships, that is to facilitate collaboration, for example, between public research institutes, private companies, and other stakeholders, to conduct joint research and development activities, which accelerate the discovery and development of new technologies, products, and services. A good example, again, the vaccines. So B, implementing flexible IP policies that consider public health and environmental sustainability. And strengthening global cooperation in IP governance are essential. Kenya is a signatory to several international treaties, including the Berne Convention. So it should be, automatically, if you have a copyright, as of the date of existence, it's automatically protected. Then you have, furthermore, you have the capacity building initiatives that enhance IP knowledge and management skills among innovators, especially in developing countries, which can democratize the benefits of IP and foster a more inclusive innovation ecosystem. So in conclusion, the intersection of IP rights with the SDG presents a fertile ground for leveraging innovation and creativity in pursuit of a common future. And by recognizing the navigating the complexities inherent to that intersection, stakeholders can harness full potential of IP as a catalyst for sustainable development. And lastly, embracing IP with an understanding of the role it plays when it comes to achieving the SDGs can unlock a transformative solution to some of the most pressing challenges of our time, paving the way for sustainable, equitable, and a prosperous world. So I go back to my first question. Which one exists before the other? Does IP support development, achievement of the SDGs, or do the SDGs support the development of IP?
I would think that the SDGs support the development of IP because if we are not dealing with these other things, safety, security, I will not have the comfort of innovating something that tomorrow will not be there. And I'd also want to see it tomorrow. So I think SDGs, then IP.
Anyone who thinks the reverse is true?
My reasoning is that IP comes before, and this is for a reason that, for example, if I was to send some money home because there is some farm work that needs to be done because of some seedlings or anything, IP then comes in to support the sustainable goals. So if, for example, I also need to receive money from any other country apart from Kenya, that is globally the US and anything else, I will receive the money through IP. So IP comes before the sustainable goals.
Okay.
Personally, I think they are so intertwined because as he talks about the education, if I am to send some data for my daughter to do her homework online, the two go hand in hand, but the two cannot do without the other. So to achieve the SDGs, we need IP. And therefore also protection of that IP. So to me, they are so intertwined, I am unable to remove or separate them.
I'm also of the opinion that IP comes first, then the SDGs, and the reason being that IP is the creation of mind. So you come up with an idea, and then it comes to an innovation. It's first an IP, then innovation. So if the SDGs are supported, and then so there'll be more IP created. So when you're more educated, then you become more creative. So I think IP comes first. Yeah.
Well, I think this conversation can go on until the cows come home, but we can all agree that they intersect. They are very linked to each other. And because they mirror our current lifestyle, so that then the innovation catches up. And I think every day when we wake up, there's a new innovation. First we had automatic vehicles, and now we have self-drive vehicles. So the question that now we play as a legal profession is the question of protection. So that then there's also now monetization and commercialization. And it's then through that then we continue hitting one SDG after the other. So I'd like to come to the end of this presentation. Feel free to engage. And yes, happy World IP Day again.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Barbara, for that presentation and for the fact that you've engaged all of us and we've been able to make our contributions when it comes to SDGs. So we are done with part one, which was the IP Symposium. We are way ahead in terms of the World IP Day. It's tomorrow, but we've started the celebrations early enough. So I want us to take a short break to have our bitings as we get prepared for the mentorship session. So as we get prepared, I think maybe since it's also a political season and we are approaching LSK's elections at the Nairobi branch, I just want to sensitize us. We have a mock elections that is ongoing. So even if we are present here, just check your emails. You are sent for some tokens so that you can at least interact with this platform. So just key in those tokens and get to see what you'll be doing when it comes to the election date. That is on the 3rd of May, 2024, next Friday. So I'm calling upon us. Let's check our emails. Let's do that mock voting so that come Friday next week, when we are being called upon to vote, we can be able to do the needful. Again, by introduction, my name is Josephine Oyombe. I've been moderating the first session of the World Intellectual Property Day celebrations in advance. And I've served you as a council member. As our terms are approaching an end, I would also like to request for a promotion. I'm seeking to continue serving you as a vice chair. So your support and your votes will also be appreciated. So with me, I'd like to also give recognition to the current Thika chair, Mr. Daniel Gashau, to come and just say hello and make any remarks he has. And then since we have an aspirant in the house, we'll also give her an opportunity as we continue to do the mock elections so that we are sensitized. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's nice to see you, senior colleagues present. Senior Maema, and sorry, I forget the name of your sorry? Justice Ojuang, my apologies. Professor, okay. I think we are in for an interactive mentorship session. And as has been introduced by Josephine, my name is Daniel Gashau. I serve as a chair of a chapter in the branch, but also we've been told about the season in elections. I'm also seeking your votes and support to serve you as chair of the branch. And when you are doing the mock election, I'm hoping you are practicing on how to elect me. These sessions are quite interactive, and I really don't want to take the time that our mentors will have to share with us. Before I say something a lot, I would like to invite Barbara. Barbara, she has presented for us. This is not an endorsement, it's just an invitation. Ongea na wanakura.
So good afternoon. And let me just take 1 minute. I know the weather is also a bit unfriendly, but I'm coming to you to seek for your support and votes on the 3rd of May for council member. My agenda is to ensure that we have more engagement, we connect more, we engage more, and we have a revitalized branch. So with those few remarks, I just implore you, please remember to vote, and at least the voting is virtual.
I was not done. I was being courteous. What I want us to imagine is you've had our panelists, the discussions they've had, and in our space as advocates, we realize one thing. If there's one thing you can take from that discussion, is all the panelists have mentioned collaboration. Collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. I know probably in the online spaces you've interacted with my manifesto. And if you haven't, mine is virtual. You can just go online, danielgashau.com. You'll interact and see what I'm about. But the core of it is that collaboration. And you've heard, we always say that we always get left behind by these innovations. As my sister will mention, I've forgotten your name, but I don't forget faces, but names. As Juliet has said, when AI comes into our space, I remember when I was starting out in practice, and probably senior Maema will agree, all of us had to have a catalog of precedents. precedents that if you cannot successfully assume you're going to begin your office without being told when you want to draft a notice of motion, how does it look like? So that you can customize it to your needs, right? See, that is AI. See, only chat box, So those positions are what collaborations are about. If we fail, for example, to tap into in-house counsel across here the road in Parliament, these are the guys who are taking the policy and turning it into legislation. If we don't engage with in-house, how are we going to prompt that discussion of how are we going to address AI in our own style, that it ceases being a fear moment for us, that AI is going to take over our business. And as she said, it's the person who is going to implement the AI who's going to get us out of business. It's not AI. So a vote for Daniel, right, is a vote that really has that in mind. That's one of my agendas. And when I'm here, I will also know that Senior Maema has more than 50 advocates in his office. So if I have said one thing, Senior, that has touched or resonated with you, I'm also saying I'm relevant, relatable, and dedicated. Kindly send the message, a call from you from that space. We never know. We saw an election that was won with 59 votes, and it's relevant. Pigia Gashau kura. Asanteni.
So thank you so much, Mr. Gashau and Barbara. Yes, I believe we are, a bit hungry, so I'd like to invite us for a short break. Let's have a cup of tea and a few of the bitings at the back. And then once we're ready for the second mentorship session, we shall call upon you and then we can start it. So yes, let's enjoy the break, let's keep networking, and let's get to know each other.
Yeah, the panelists don't eat you. Come. This is where the knowledge is. Come. Now, you know, if you move from there to there, it's still at the back, right? It's still at the back. Just come. This is where the knowledge is. Come. Don't be scared. Come. Good afternoon once again. Welcome to our first physical mentorship program this year. Normally we do this every third Thursday of the month, but we do it online and it's called Coffee Talks. But today we decided to actually bring the coffee to life. So karibuni, thank you. My name is Helen Namisi and I am the chair of LSK Nairobi branch, and I'm very, very pleased to have you join us today. And so we have with us four very, very distinguished advocates. And we are very, very delighted to have them. Really, once I introduce them, you will realize that it is an honor to be sitting in this room with these four individuals. And they will be talking to us about various things about our career growth. And we are going to try and make this as interactive as possible. So it's not just them talking. The mic will be going around. You can ask questions as we proceed. And let's make it interactive. For anybody who's ever attended Coffee Talks, you know that we encourage you to interact with us. Who's ever attended Coffee Talks? Ever? This is sacrilegious. None of you. Anyway, we'll show you what it's about. So let me start with the Honorable Justice Retired Professor J.B. Ojwang, who is a Judge Emeritus of the Supreme Court of Kenya with a span of 45 years experience in the legal profession. Remember I said the important people. Professor Ojwang has had an illustrious 17-year career in the judiciary, having been appointed as a High Court judge in 2003 and elevated to the Supreme Court in 2011 as one of the key 7 judges of the newly created Apex Court. He holds a bachelor's and master's degrees in law from the University of Nairobi, with a PhD in comparative constitutional law from Cambridge. And in 2015, he earned a Doctor of Laws degree from the University of Nairobi, making him the first sitting judge to receive the degree. He's also an accomplished scholar and has authored numerous academic papers, reviews in international journals, and other scholarly works. He has also taught at reputable universities around the world, including the University of Nairobi, where he served for 27 years. And I'm proud to say he was my dean, he was my lecturer. Don't start calculating my age. He served as a visiting associate professor of law at the J. Reuben Clark Brigham Young University Law School in the US. Hey, just know it's in the US. He also served as an examiner for LLM and PhD theses at the University of Lund in Sweden, Dar es Salaam, and Zambia, as well as full terms as external examiner for the universities of Dar es Salaam, Malawi, Zambia, and Swaziland. I don't know if we are wowed yet. Not yet. Wait, I continue. He was awarded the University of Nairobi's Staff Merit Award in recognition of his outstanding contribution to the university's mission. He was also bestowed the coveted East Africa Law Society Senior Lawyer of the Year Award in 2013 for his remarkable legal and judicial career. Up until February 2020, he sat at the CLE, the dreaded CLE board, where he had the Quality Assurance and Compliance Committee. Please give a round of applause to retired judge. Second, hey, now I have to do one lady. Hey, Ms. Alice Ondieki is an advocate of the High Court with over 32 years post-qualification experience. She has worked in public service for 31 years, where she gained experience and insight on the responsibilities of management of public resources through her work, especially in establishing the Witness Protection Agency in Kenya, and working as its director or chief executive officer for 12 years. And she retired honorably in 2022. I might also want to add that she is also one of the Nairobi Legal Awards awardees 2022. Yes. She is passionate about human rights and good governance, and as a governance expert has experience in creating systems and structures that promote equity, transparency, and accountability in the management of public affairs. Her interpersonal skills have helped her to forge strong relationships with colleagues and stakeholders. She communicates effectively at all levels and thrives in responsibility and challenge. As a consultant on witness protection, she is currently supporting countries in Africa to create witness protection mechanisms to assist in access to justice for the intimidated and vulnerable witnesses, hence enhancing the rule of law. A round of applause. Okay. Third, we have Mr. William Maema. Kama hujasikia hiyo jina basi, I don't know where you are from. IKM, what does the M stand for? William is a leading corporate commercial lawyer with over 30 years post-admission experience. He has advised both local and international clients on transactions of varied complexity and gained wide experience in handling sophisticated transactions both locally and regionally. His client base spans literally across the globe. He has, for over 2 decades, been a trusted legal advisor for leading US universities and other local entities in Kenya. He has distinguished himself as a leading practitioner in the NGO or not-for-profit sector, in which he has built an enviable portfolio of both local and international clients, including some of the most prestigious foundations in the world. He is an expert on employment law, assists clients to navigate through complex employment situations, including termination and redundancies. He's also a writer and a regular columnist in the prestigious Business Daily. He is the current chairman of the Advocates Disciplinary Tribunal, where he represents the AG of the Republic of Kenya. Situmkaribishe. Last but not least, Jackie Oyuyo Githinji, who is the managing partner of Umsizi LLP. I did it. And has considerable experience in a broad range of corporate, commercial, and family matters for close to 25 years. She's a chartered arbitrator. She serves as a non-executive director on various boards. Notably, she's the chairperson of the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration and non-executive director at the Strathmore Dispute Resolution Center. She has played a critical role in the development of a national policy on ADR in Kenya and is a regular speaker on matters arbitration, mediation, and corporate governance. She is recognized in the Legal 500, Legal 500 Arbitration Power List and Leaders in Law Global Awards, and is a contributing author to the International and Cooperative Legal Guides annual publication on litigation and ADR. And I don't know why she left out the fact that we awarded her last year Nairobi Legal Awards. Mkaribishe. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, we're going to make this as interactive as possible, just as we do when we do it online without the actual physical tea and coffee. And basically, our topic today is career success is it a shifting goalpost? So I will ask our very able speakers today, just to briefly tell us, how do you personally define career success? I'll start with you because you're closest to me.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So that's an interesting topic about career success, because what is success? Let's start from there. When you're talking about professional success, what are we talking about as lawyers? There are those who look at it as making a lot of money, becoming very rich, which is not bad in itself. But there are those who look at it in a different way, which is what maybe how I prefer to look at it, which is achieving excellence in your chosen area of practice. So I think it's a decision that one would have to make at some point in their career to define for themselves what they consider to be success, so that they can then create a roadmap that leads to that particular goal. Because if you don't do that, then it becomes a moving target, as the question is asking. And if you went that direction, I think you are likely to actually be successful, because today you'll be following William Maema because you think he's X. Tomorrow you'll be following Professor Juang because you believe they are X. And the pathways are different. So the way I would look at it myself is to say, first and foremost, define for yourself what success looks like. I know there is the way that society defines success, but personally I would look at success the way I would want to define it myself. And then I would say, for me, success looks like achieving professional excellence and getting to the top of your career along the line that you have chosen for yourself. What do I mean? If I am a legal practitioner, we practice law in different areas. So you can't be a topmost lawyer in every discipline or in every area. You must decide which area you want to pursue. So if I'm a corporate commercial lawyer, I should put in place the necessary mechanisms that will help me to get to the top of the ladder in the category of legal practice that I have chosen. If one day I want to be a judge of the Supreme Court or the Chief Justice, then there's a pathway to follow. And then you ask yourself, what does it take to get there? So to me, that is how success looks like. It's more about what you have chosen for yourself and the path that leads you there, and you do whatever it takes to get you there. Otherwise, you can't be successful in the eyes of the society by following what everybody else is doing, because in the process you get confused. That's my take.
Allow me to change the question, Judge. Now that you've been in academia, then So, Judge, now that you've been in academia, you've been on the bench, has the definition of success changed for you over this span of time? Or is it the same?
Good afternoon. It's a good opportunity for us to be together to reflect on some of these issues, which are complex. They are complex, yet they touch on our lives so much that we need to be having such an opportunity to think through them so that we find a rational basis for some of the things that we do. When we speak of career success, for one thing, we take the position that our success as citizens of this country will be dependent on several factors, a number of factors. Career is one of them. There are other things which are not to do with career so much, and yet they are equally important. In fact, the very basic activities of economic development that you find ordinary people are undertaking in the countryside, these are crucial because they end up in the production process. And there may not be too many values. It's just a question of producing and producing and producing and ensuring that what has been produced can be shared out, can be sold, and so on. But as far as lawyers are concerned, they come as a service engagement. The service, those major activities of the social and economic order. They are the traders and so on who do not follow far too many technical rules as such. They are more concerned with the production process. They produce, they ensure that the animals are healthy, their crops are good, and so on. But ultimately, their resources have to go out to people, and those resources are used by so many people, and those resources are required by everybody. So now, the profession comes in to sustain the activities that are immediately important for the survival and the good health and success of the society. So when we speak of career success, we are concerned with this secondary level of perfection in the human society, that we want to see that the main productive processes are sustained through some procedures, and those procedures are well understood, they are principled, they are lawful, all those kinds of things. So the lawyer's concern follows that technical path. And the lawyer is not the direct producer, that the lawyer is servicing that production process. And so career success means that we should ask ourselves how well we are doing in servicing the production sector, the trade sector, all the economic activities and so on. How do we facilitate? We facilitate through certain technical arrangements. And so our role as lawyers tends to be technical in that regard, that we're informing the process of production, the process of immediate consumption, distribution, and so on and so forth. Our role as a profession is to facilitate the main productive processes. We are not the direct producers, but we service and we provide the rules, and we ensure that those rules work so that the people are able to enjoy their lives and they're able to sustain themselves. I think that's what I'll say at this point. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Judge. Madam Alice. A judge has talked about cultural and factors in society that may play a role in what we define as success. Do you think that these then may, to some extent, have influenced what you define as success? Other factors other than your own personal view?
Okay. Thank you for having me, and thank you for this session. Indeed, it's very beneficial that we share in this topic, because all of us are growing in our careers in one way or another. Social cultural factors that really define career success. In as much as career success is defined, it depends on each and every individual. What would I define as career success as Alice? I could call it my step-by-step growing until I feel that my inner quest for career growth is fulfilled. So once I have reached my optimum, for example, my retirement at 32 years of service, I would say I have succeeded. But as lawyers, we don't end there. So when you get out, you venture into other areas, you start other things. So I could bring in the fact that there are a few changes that happen, but my most critical contribution is that career success can be defined by the way the society looked at us. Look at the way patriarchal society, for example, as ladies who became lawyers in the 1980s. The first thing I was asked in the village when I passed to do law, and my dad was an agricultural extension officer. So when I passed, and everybody in the village knew that I was coming to do law, there was a lot of delegation to my dad's home. They were saying this girl will not get married if she does law, because lawyers are kichongumo. So my dad was learned at that time, and he was a Christian, so he looked at them and said, okay, that is what you've said, but that's not what I will do. Then following day, my dad took my hand and took me across the valley. You know, Kisii has hills. I had to go to Tom Mauser, advocate. And I sat there the whole day to be mentored, how to become a lawyer. So I came back, I said, okay, this is what I think I want to do. So I pursued it. I finished, I became a lawyer, I finished, I became a career civil servant, I retired. I'm now a consultant in some areas that we shall maybe be speaking later. So society can influence the way in which you want to grow your career. That they have a lot of influence, especially when it comes to the gender discrimination. So I could say yes, the society can influence your career success. If you are intimidated, definitely you'll not pursue some of the areas that maybe you are very good at, because society feels that this is not an area for a lady, or if you follow this one, then this is likely to happen. So at the time we grew, there was that a lot in terms of which course are you going to do. People liked ladies from Kenyatta University. They were married very fast because they were thought they were going to be very good wives, and lawyers are going to be very hard-headed. But I think society has an impact. That is what I can say. And with that example, I think I've convinced you that society can hinder your career growth if you just get intimidated. But if you are resilient and you follow your goals and what you want to do, then I think you can still make it without society influence. Thank you.
As I prepare my question for Jackie, I hope you're also thinking of questions that you'd like to ask with respect to that. So, Jackie, you wear many hats, very many hats. I mean, chair NCIA, running the LLP that I'll not mention again because I can't pronounce it. But as Alice has mentioned, you know, particularly for ladies, there's a difference in what we term as success, and society has a big influence over that. And I'm asking you this question specifically because I know you are also a yoga instructor. How do factors such as work-life balance and mental well-being play in our pursuit of career success?
Thank you. Hamjambo wadau. Marhaba. All right, so I'm really glad you've asked the question about mental well-being, because, and just hinging on to what has just been said about how society can hinder your prospects for success, those definitions will start to make you think that you have to be a certain way, that you have to fit into specific boxes. It's always very uncomfortable for me, and not because I'm LinkedIn humble, but when people ask me to write my bio. Because if I was to write it honestly, it is one line. I am a soul living in this body. So everything I do is a manifestation of what my soul aspires to. And as has been said by the previous speakers, that those aspirations may differ for every single person. So, you know, the order in which you do things, for example, society pre-orders those things. Go to school, get a degree, find a husband or have him find you, have children, or you only have one, have two, have three. Why? Stop. So there are all these things that people are constantly piling on you as their definitions of success, which have become societal definitions of success. But those things then start to impact on your mental health to the extent that they may be counterintuitive remember we are all souls, counterintuitive to what your soul is actually aspiring to in that particular moment. And I do agree with the previous speakers that success can evolve over time, just depending on your own context in terms of what you have decided are your practice passion areas or whatever it is. So I think I do agree as well that very important to define what that success looks for you and then start to think through your own timelines for when you intend to achieve those things, and not based on what society has said, because frankly, we all have different accountabilities, different responsibilities. There are people who finish high school and still have to take care of the younger siblings who are coming after them. There are others who it is the complete opposite for them. So context is really important. And I think the more you start to understand that you have to be true to your soul and true to yourself, then the less these societal artificial boundaries, if you will, box you in. To the extent that they continue to box you in and sometimes you just don't have the tools that are available to help you break free from those proverbial boundaries, then it starts to impact on your mental health. And it starts to impact in how you relate to people. And I strongly believe that how you do one thing is how you do everything. Because the underpinning thing is your value system, the things that drive you. If you are a perennially punctual person, it doesn't matter whether you are being called to court, being called to your child's school for an engagement, being called to attend a social engagement, you will always keep time because that is who you are, and that is how, in terms of timekeeping, that is how you define success. If, on the other hand, you are somebody who is used to other people laying the ground for you, and I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing, it's just something you need to think through the why. But if you're the person who always expects other people to lay the groundwork for you, and then you come in and swoop in and finish it off, then you will have expectations of people that perhaps are in dissonance with their own expectations of themselves because they don't expect to be laying the ground for other people. So in all your relationships, you have to evaluate whether it's your relationship with your career, your relationship with yourself, your relationship with the other people that you relate with in whatever context, whether career or otherwise. Are you being true to your soul, or are you doing things that are injuring your soul and therefore impacting on your mental health and well-being?
So there are some people who already failed the punctuality test. Any questions so far? Yes.
Because this is about mentorship, some ideas just came to my mind as my colleagues were talking, which I think I should share. The first one is, we are talking here about society and yourself. And maybe the question that we should be asking ourselves is, which is which? Who determines? So are you going to live your life to achieve the kind of success that society is expecting, or are you going to chart your own path and achieve the success that you have determined for yourself? Because as you've heard, if, for example, her dad had listened to the stories and sentiments of his friends, and I'm sure the people, the delegation that came home, didn't comprise enemies or strangers. Those must have been people that were the dad's friends and people that he would ordinarily listen to. Had he listened to those voices, chances are that my colleague would not be sitting here with us today. She would probably have retired as a teacher or something else, or even an agricultural officer. So the decision that I think each one of us will have to make is, do you want to achieve success as defined by society, or as you have defined it yourself? And I think personally that while you may listen to the society, consider what it is that they are saying about what they consider to be success, I think the overriding consideration should be your own determination about the kind of success that you want to achieve. If, for example, you're talking about professional success as a practicing lawyer, I think there is no greater success than earning the confidence and trust of your most important clients to the level that they say, so and so is our trusted advisor. That when we have an issue, we must talk to so and so before we implement. Earning that accolade in the minds and hearts of your clients, for me, will be the highest achievement you could ever get. It doesn't matter whether that client pays you well or not. The fact that they trust you enough with their most important, most delicate matters. To me, I would sleep very comfortably that night when I know that this client postponed this decision because I was unavailable. And they said, the MD or the CEO said, we cannot go ahead until we've heard what William has to say about this. That is success. The other point that I wanted to make is, when you are defining this success, where is your ethical, moral compass that helps you to define that success? Because, as I said, if all you want is to make money, you don't really need to be a lawyer to make money, right? You can be an MCA or anything else. And in fact, MCAs, I hear, are making more money than lawyers. And these are, you know them. And I have great respect for MCAs and other people. So, if your motivation lacks the moral component, chances are that you are going to achieve what society, the same society we are talking about, calls success. But the question is that kind of success going to give you satisfaction? And will you yourself feel that you are successful as a lawyer? Or you will simply be a rich person? Because there's a difference between being materially successful and being professionally successful. And in my world, I say, you cannot be professionally successful unless you incorporate the ethical component in it. So that your practice, whatever it is that you are doing, is guided by very solid ethical principles. Thank you.
Again, just to proceed from where he has left, I also believe that for you to be successful, because we are successful, I can say I've been successful, is the most cardinal rule is that you must love what you're doing. That feeling from inside that I just want to go, for me, I was a prosecutor, I want to go and prosecute this case. That is what I want. I just want to prosecute this case. You know, you must love what you do. But if you don't love what you're doing, then that feeling of working hard, extra effort, going your way out, then does not come in, because what you want is maybe to make money. So that brings in the issue of values. Values, what are your values? How are you going to navigate for this success to come? And for you to do that, then you must, so the ethical issues come in. Am I honest in my work? Do I have integrity? Am I focused? Am I resilient? Do I give up so easily? Am I a coward? All those come in. So love what you're doing, because then it gives you that push to wake up every day and push until you are successful.
Maybe I can just add something. I think that this question of success, career success, is not just a matter of how much you earn or how much business you get. You need to reflect about the subject, because law is a discipline that is actually scholarly. You need to think through the legal principles. You need to think through the cases that are there, not just argue a point in court, but develop these ideas, which means that success would require that you also take your time, read more and more, understand more, relate law to the activities on the ground. Whenever you have time, you may actually express yourself in writing so that we can see the way that you think about issues of law. To merely appear in court, argue a case, and win, that does not go out to influence those who would like to be particularly good in law. You need to think through, do some reflection and writing, and develop the ideas so that these ideas stand out and other people can rely on them. That, I think, is a refined dimension of career success that is desirable as far as law is concerned.
Sorry.
Sorry, Chair, we seem to be running away with this, but every time a point is made, I don't know whether we're going to come to it, because we are now talking about success, but maybe the question is, so how do you get there? Maybe that is what we are coming to. And what Prof is referring to is extremely important, which is about sharpening your skill, your technical skill. If you want to be successful, and if your success is going to be authentic, there are no two ways about it. You just must master your craft. It may be about reading. It may be about learning your discipline and becoming an expert. And that ties in with what I was saying. How do you become a trusted advisor to a client if they are doubting the kind of advice you are giving or the way you are handling their matters? And where do you get that from? So we must invest in building the skills that are required in order for us to be authentically successful. Because as Prof said, it's not enough for you to win cases and get paid big fees. The question is, what did you actually deliver? Without your connections and all these other shenanigans that you do, would you win that case based on your technical skill? So if you are going to get to a point where we can say you are successful, or I can say I am successful, I'll need to be satisfied that I have acquired the necessary skill to get me to the level where I am, not by other means of getting to the top, if you see what I mean.
Okay, so 10 judgments per day, right? Yes.
I think there was a reference to the how. And one of the things you have to start becoming very self-aware about how you handle the not so good situations, how you handle the knockbacks, how you handle the people who challenge your perspectives, how you handle differences in opinion. When you're not successful, whether it's in court or whether you're dealing with a registry that is fantastically incompetent, or whether you are dealing with a client who is very difficult in your view. Maybe they're just they're stuck on one point, and until you make that point clear, they're not ready to move on to the next. So you have to, before you develop that level of emotional intelligence, if you will, you have to really know what your own triggers are and the things that you project. So if somebody cuts you off in traffic, or cuts you off when you're speaking, or interrupts your thought process, how do you respond to that situation? You have to be able to learn how to deal with adversity with the tenacity and resilience that has been mentioned, but also with the honesty of understanding you don't always have the answers. So allowing yourself to be in vulnerable situations, in situations that humble you, in situations that keep you learning. Because what is then the purpose of these scholarly pursuits if you're not learning? And learning is dynamic. It's changing every single day. Practice has changed. Areas of practice have changed. Interactions, social interactions have changed. So to what extent are you either adapting in terms of deliberately adapting, or are you being forced to adapt, or are you simply just saying, I am now the expert in this field, and anybody who challenges me simply does not know what they're talking about. So what am I saying? Allow yourself to be in situations where you learn, where you are vulnerable, and where you are exposed to teachable moments, if you will.
And now a question from you. Oh.
My question will be, my name is Olieti Raphael. Sorry. My name is Olieti Raphael. my question is success corporate or is it individual? Is it me at the top and everyone else huku chini, or does it have this aspect of having other people at least at the same level as I am, or that sort of thing? The reason why I'm asking, we hear this so much nowadays, that law firms are toxic work environments. So what is the place of being your brother's keeper, so to speak, in that career success aspect? Thank you.
Wow, who is ready to take on that one? Alice?
I can try, others will say their bit. So I think it is both. First, you must work on your own success, as we've just been discussing. But depending on the context in which you are, if, for example, you're in a law firm or another formation of society, which also needs to be successful, then you also have to think about the success of that corporate formation that you're in, because it is practically impossible for you to be very, very successful on your own and your environment or the formation you have created is unsuccessful. So what you'll find is that if you have the right personal values that have led you to success, and as a result of that success, you are in a setup that is also heading in the same direction, or you are involved in, you cannot afford that disconnect of being the one who is successful and everybody else, or the organization, or the firm is not successful. So you would also have to come up with the right values that will guide the firm, for example. Let's talk about that. The people, grow the people, and put in place all the necessary mechanisms to enable everybody who is working with you or in that setup to also be successful. Because the truth is, success starts with you. It is actually individual. So you need everybody to aspire to be successful. Then when you combine the successes, the individual successes of all the people, then you find that the corporation or the firm itself becomes successful. That is how I would look at it. And that's why you find, if you're a good manager, you will not pursue your own success individually, exclusive of the success of the corporate formation that you are in. When you talk about law firms being toxic, I think that is an unfortunate generalization, because number one, it depends on who is saying that and for what reasons. Some of them, the reason they talk like that is because they were exited from a successful law firm because they simply could not put up with the pressure and the values and everything else that is embraced in that particular law firm, and that's why they got out. And anyway, we are human beings, so when you get out, you have to find something palatable to say about why you left. So again, you need to interrogate some of those comments with an open mind, objectively. And you also need to ask yourself, so if one person is saying the place is toxic, but there are tens or even hundreds of people that are thriving in that same place, so where is the problem? Is the problem inside or on the outside? You need to interrogate these things. But to answer your question directly, you can't be successful on your own. You must pull everybody with you. Because you realize when everybody else is successful, even your success multiplies exponentially. If you're in a partnership, for example, when you are admitting a new partner into the business, you don't look at it as if somebody is coming to take away what you already have. You look at what they're bringing in, which will make what you already take bigger. Now, when you look at it that way, you'll tend to see the value that the person is bringing in rather than the cost of maintaining them when they come in. That's how I look at success in a corporate setup.
Yeah, just exactly what I can say. When we practice, we say, I adopt his... I think you can never succeed in an island. You can't. Unless you want to have mental break down, as she said, mental balance. When you are working to succeed, if you want to succeed, first of all, you have your own individual goal. What do you want in the next 15 years? That goal is yours first and foremost. And then for you to have that goal, to reach there are so many parameters. There are many things that will go into your success. Some of those things will be who is going to assist you. It can't be a lone journey. So being a team player is number one. And then work together as a team. It is so easy when you come back to, like, for example, you are having your think tank team. You are working on a case that you have, that you are going to maybe handle in court. And then when you come for your brainstorming session, you want to sit there and expect people you are working with to contribute valuable information so that you succeed. It will be foolhardy if you just sit in a round table for that think tank session and you find that it's only you who is contributing, then it fails. So when you grow up the team you work with you, then your work also becomes actually less. And then you have a lot of contribution from other people. They fill in the other gaps. This one works on this. If I give this person, it's very hard. You find that, are you giving that file to that person? In fact, you're wasting your time. Bring it, I'll handle it. You see? Another issue again. If you're giving it to that person, no, bring it, I'll handle it. You end up breaking down. So teamwork, uplifting everybody to the level that you would want them to be, is one of the parameters of a successful leader. Yeah. You really have to lift everybody to your level so that it becomes easy for the boat to sail together on the same level. Otherwise, you'll be pulling on this side, this one needs to be done this, and it can't work. So team leadership and networking with the right people and all that is what can make you succeed, but you can never succeed alone. Thank you.
Allow me to give perhaps an alternative perspective on this issue of toxicity. Generally, as human beings, we tend to judge other people by how they make us feel, and we judge ourselves by our intentions. So it's very helpful to flip the script sometimes and to ask, what was that person's intention when they said this to me? When the senior partner spoke to me very quickly, in a very rushed manner, and said he wants this by X time, what was his motivation, or what was her motivation? If I am the senior partner then who is asking for that timeline, and I can already see that it is meeting some level of resistance, even if it's not spoken, what is the thought process going through the recipient of my words' mind? So in addition to what has been said around teamwork, around pulling together, around individual success leading to corporate success, the context of that success has to be understood. Is there a client for whom, if this decision is not made by a specific time, then there are certain consequences that they will face and that we will face as a firm, and consequently that will injure, in quotes, the firm or the firm's reputation? Are there certain things that are time-bound? In other words, you need to learn how to prioritize based on a sense of urgency that is legitimate. And that legitimacy arises from how well people communicate with each other. If you're able to understand why there's a certain sense of urgency around a specific decision, then you don't struggle with why you're being asked for it by a certain time. If, however, it has not been communicated to you, or not sufficiently, or because we tend to think people live in our heads, we think that they should understand why I'm doing this in this manner, then the disconnect happens, and hence the toxicity. So I am perceiving it from the way this person is interacting with me as opposed to maybe the way they intended it. So flipping the script in terms of what that person's intention is and then how that intention manifests and makes me feel. Really important to understand how we need to start communicating with each other in ways that make sense.
Wow. Another question? Kwani the ladies don't want to ask questions.
Ndungu is my name. I have a question. Does career success have timelines? And if yes, who sets the timelines and at what time are there timelines set?
I feel like you have my script here, because that question is actually here. Yes, are there timelines? And who sets the timelines? Judge.
You know, Prof was my teacher, so when he orders me to speak, it's a privilege and honor. So I think I have two answers to that question, and my default position is no timelines, and I'll explain. No timelines in the sense that, you know, in life, everything is not in your hands. There are so many variables. There are so many things that happen without even you looking for them. So I like retaining for myself that flexibility of handling opportunities as they come and making the best use of them without being constrained by some artificial timelines that I've set for myself. Because you could set timelines for yourself and things don't work out the way you intended. And what is the result of that? You start feeling frustrated, you start feeling like a failure, or you start cutting corners because the clock is ticking. You said by 5 years, you join a law firm like ours and you say, in 5 years' time, I should make partner. And after the first 2-3 years, you actually judge yourself and see you are nowhere near being a senior associate, leave alone a partner. And it's not because nobody wants to make you a partner, it's because you are simply not there. Technically, you are not there because you are seeing those who are ahead of you, what they know and the kind of stuff they are doing, and you're being objective and honest with yourself. And you realize this timeline of 5 years actually cannot work. Now, at that point, you adjust the timeline or you start getting frustrated, or you get out to go to a place where you are going to achieve your objective in 5 years. And is that what you wanted? So there are downsides of being very strict in mapping out your life in terms of blocks of years and saying, by this, I want to be here, by this, I want to be here. And I think the reason for that is not everything depends on us. A lot depends on many other factors. On the other hand, there is merit in you evaluating your career growth and having one can say a tentative roadmap of the direction you are going. You remember we talked about success. So if you don't have a time-bound target, chances are that you'll not work as hard as you should because you feel that you always have time. So while it is good to have those time blocks, in my view, they should be as flexible as possible so that you are able to adjust and accommodate new opportunities that come across, that you encounter, because they could be the opportunities that are actually leading you to your destiny, which you, in fact, didn't know when you started that continuum of your graph that you thought you were going to follow. So I think it is a bit of each, but I really wouldn't impose too strict timelines on career growth. What is important, though, is I would want, at the end of every year, to do a self-evaluation and ask myself, what progress have I made towards achieving my goal? If I wanted to be this kind of lawyer or this kind of judicial officer, in this 1 year, what have I done, what have I achieved, which is contributing towards the achievement of my goal? If you realize that all you have done is getting warnings and reprimands for work not done, deadlines not met, work not done well, then you need to know that you are actually not making progress, and you need to work on that. So I would rather do it in terms of self-evaluation at the end of a given period. In this case, maybe a year, I look back and see what I need to improve on, and if I did well, then I take that as motivation. I say, if I did well this year, it means that using the law of compound interest, next year I can actually do even better. And I keep making those incremental steps, and I keep increasing my success, and ultimately I think I'll achieve it. That's how I look at it.
Now, I think that the professional dimension of legal work cannot have timelines, because quality in terms of the law is something that one should start with from the very beginning. anyone looking at the work which has been done should be able to see quality. That one should be clear from the very beginning. But it is the organizational aspect, the kind of units of legal practice that you have set up. That one can take a bit of time because of elements of costs and so on. But the professional aspect, the quality of work that is done, that one has no timeline. It should be realized from the very beginning, so that those who get into legal practice should know that from the word go, they have to properly understand the law, they should give quality, they should give correct advice, they should take the correct courses of action within the legal process. So at that point, there's no timeline. But the management ones, the organizational ones, those could take a little time, depending on all the factors that are prevailing. Thank you.
I noticed, Alice, you want to answer the question as well. Let me pick up on his question for the ladies. He talked about having set goals within a certain timeline, and who sets the timeline. Can the goals change? Because maybe you have said this year, in the next 5 years, this is my goal, this is where I see myself. Is it possible that it can change, and would you consider that then to be deviating from success?
Okay, I agree. They can change. Look at the current advancement in technology, the way the world is moving. If you had said to do some things in 5 years' time, and you find that there's something that has come up, especially with the advancement of technology, you can be able to work smart. For example, if you work smart, okay, we grew up in the old days when things were moving slowly. These days we have a lot of advancements, like now the legal practice, you no longer photocopy authorities. We don't photocopy authorities. They are on your fingertips. You are allowed in court to scroll and just quote from the Constitution, which is in your phone. So some of these advancements can help you achieve your success even earlier than the time you had put. So goals can change. Again, acquisition of new skills. If you acquire skills, there are some skills you can acquire within the time of your growth in your career. And you find that these skills will give you an advantage over other people. And you find yourself growing faster. I remember there is the case when we were doing the constitutional, the election hearings. There was a young gentleman who actually impressed everybody with his arguments. I'm sure a lot of law firms picked him up. And he was young, but the way he presented himself, is somebody who is working smart. So it depends on the circumstances and the opportunities that arise as you grow. Opportunities come that can make the step-by-step career growth become more easy and easier to navigate. So you find that your goals can be met earlier, or whatever you wanted to achieve, you get a skill that makes you deviate to another, even a better goal, and you will consider. For example, when I retired, I thought now, all this time I'm just going to rest. But when I retired, the first assignment I got after 2 weeks was to go to Ethiopia and draft a new law on witness protection. I didn't expect that. I thought I was going to rest. So opportunities can come that makes your career again progress faster than what you did. So my answer is yes, changes can happen. They can be good ones depending on the ground that you are standing on, or they can be some which can hinder your growth. So it depends on what exactly the circumstances that are filled for you. Thank you.
I do agree that goals can change, and a lot of times the change is driven by two, possibly more things. Number one, what your motivations are, and number two, what your ultimate goal is. So initially, when you start out, your motivation could be fear. The fear of the landlord, for example. And at some point, that stops being a fear. So your next elevation could be stability, or and as you continue to evolve, then more altruistic goals like legacy and impact. So those things will necessarily define the pace of how you progress, the opportunities that are available to you, because perhaps you've built a reputation that then draws people to look for you in the manner that Alice was looked for. And to that extent, then there is that dynamic nature. Besides the fear, there's other considerations, and I think we've all talked about context on this panel. So the context of your success, and we keep coming back to this question, and maybe we're not addressing it sufficiently for you. Nobody's going to define your success for you. Let me just put it bluntly, okay? Nobody will define your success for you. You will define for yourself what success is. Society may have a view, but you need to start asking yourself whose opinion matters. Is it the people for whom you hold respect because of how they themselves have progressed their careers? And those careers may not necessarily be the same as yours. It is just back to the value system, how they have conducted themselves, how they have elevated themselves from one level to the next, or how they have been consistent. Even if it's not an elevation, it could just be the fact that they're consistent and therefore dependable. So you need to ask yourself whose opinion matters and why. And it could go back to motivation. You could just be seeking vengeance, and therefore that is a motivation. Is it a sustainable motivation? Will vengeance continue to drive you to the point where you are comfortable with the level of success and the way you have achieved that success? So beyond just let me say, the common trappings or the common markers of success, you need to ask yourself whose opinion matters and why it matters so much to you.
And one last thing, when we are talking about goals, exactly what are we talking about? Because I don't know, but talking for myself, I don't know whether 30 years ago, if you asked me where I would be today, I would have told you that I would be where I am. And I guess none of the panelists here can have a different answer to that. Somebody who had everything mapped out and they knew where they were going to be at every stage. Life doesn't just work like that. So there is going to be need for a lot of flexibility when you are setting your goals in terms of the specifics of what you want to be. I think if we could just settle for whatever it is that you are going to do, you want to be the best at it. Whatever it is, you want to be the best at it. So that whatever tasks or assignments you have for today, you do them so well that even if you had been given 1,000,000 years, you would not do it any differently. Chances are that you are going to succeed. There's no doubt about it. And why I am for flexibility rather than rigidity in terms of goals is what has been said here, that life throws many opportunities your way. And if you are too fixed in your mind about where you are going, I want to be a judge, I want to be a judge, you are going to lose out on so many other opportunities that will be knocking on your door, but your eyes are closed because you are looking in one direction. Who tells you that this new opportunity is not what is going to take you to your destiny? So long as you will be successful in whichever direction you go, why can't we just focus on being successful in that rather than fixing our mind on one thing? I want to be senior partner. I want to be the head of the general counsel of this company. I want to be a judge of the Supreme Court, and you fix your mind to that. It might never work out like that. Life doesn't work out like that. Thank you.
So my question is just a follow-up to what Mr. Maima said. At what point then do you decide that you're going to venture into something which has come up as an opportunity, and as opposed to now a goal that is set and perfecting your art in a goal? For instance, if you say you want to probably be the best litigator in your firm or litigator around. Then you start reading authorities, drafting better or learning how to draft better. Then a position comes for maybe general counsel in an in-house company. Then at what point or what makes you decide that now this could be success as opposed to me working at what I wanted to be and perfecting my art? So is it a feeling, is it a decision, or is it an opportunity? Then my second question is there a link between professional success and societal success? And I'll pick up from what Alice had said. Sometimes you may achieve so much professionally and you feel like you're becoming successful. But there's that feeling from the society that there's something that you have to do for them to consider you successful. So is there a point where the two intertwine such that in the eyes of everybody else, you become successful? I ask that because you'd say that you're professionally successful and you think of yourself as such, but sometimes there's still that bit that if the society does not see that or value that as success, it may be fulfilling to me, but it leaves a bit that could I achieve what the society has put as success and add it to what I have put as my personal success so that in the eyes of everybody else, maybe we make to the destination together. Those are my two questions. Thank you.
Nobody looks like they're going towards the mic.
The first on this side. So I'll take maybe the first one and say, success to be achieved, there must be passion. And I think Prof said it. If you don't have passion for something, you're unlikely to succeed in it. Actually, you can't succeed. Let's just put it that way. If you don't have that fire in your belly when you wake up in the morning about what you're going to do that day, chances are that you won't succeed in doing it. So, in a scenario you have painted where you were heading in a certain direction, but then an opportunity arises and you actually start seeing that you have the passion, you have the drive, you have the aptitude for something new, my advice is follow your heart and see where it leads. That might be where your destiny lies. About success, society versus your own success, we need to ask ourselves, who is this society? Who is this person called society? Because people will think differently about what success is. If you ask most villagers, for example, and I believe most of us come from villages, the only kind of law they know is litigation, right? If they don't see you on the TV and they don't read you in the newspapers, they don't see you handling big cases, they even start doubting whether you are a lawyer. They think you lie. For me, it's very difficult to explain to them what I do because they don't see me in that drama. So am I going to abandon what I do and what I believe I am good at so that I can start doing litigation, even if it is in the local court there, so that they can see me and I become their hero? So you have to make that decision, whether you're going to do what you believe is good for your life, and you be the judge. As she said, be the judge. How do you feel about this? Are you going to do it for yourself or for society? And when it is for society, you need to tell me who that person is called society. The person judging you and the person you want to impress could actually be someone who did not go to school or dropped out in primary school, and there he is because he is the village champion in terms of politics and everything else. He's an opinion leader and he's the person you want to please by showing them that you are a star. You did law and you are a good lawyer. Now, is that how you want to go? Or would you rather not? We have to be grounded. Let me put it that way. We have to be grounded. We have to be confident if we believe that what we are doing is the right thing.
Okay.
That question about the opportunity versus the, what was that? There were three things you said. Opportunity, decision, feeling. Whose opportunity, whose decision, and whose feeling? Are you on the menu or are you drafting the menu? So that corporate that has advertised the position, is it an entity that resonates with your own value system? Back to the passion, the fire in your belly. Is it an opportunity that is going to enable you advance that position, or is it an opportunity that is going to stifle that position? If you stuck to your original goal, which may change, and that happens as we've said, would you be in a better position to pursue your passion, or is this position going to stifle you in one way or another? So you have to do your homework with opportunities as well. So you know beyond the headline, what is the actual opportunity? The person who may have been in that position before, why did they leave? The person, if it's a new position, what is the essence of the entity, if you will? So if Elon Musk came and gave you an opportunity today, how many people would take it? Show of hands. Elon Musk, Tesla, gives you an opportunity. Would you take it? Hands up if you would. He General Counsel, Tesla. Okay, she's like, no brainer. Is there anybody for whom it's a hard no? I would not take that. Okay, why? So the value system may not resonate with yours. Okay. For you, it was a definite yes. And why? Okay, because it's Tesla or because it's in the automotive industry? Okay, all right. Okay, so again, whose agenda?
Just the same. Inner fulfillment for me is what matters. Am I fulfilled with what I'm doing? If I have values, for example, one of my values, honesty, hard work, integrity, is that new opportunity going to fulfill me as by the values that I've set? So inner fulfillment is number one, because if you are not fulfilled in what you're doing, then you are being a slave to something else. You cannot succeed. So that drive comes from you, as I said again, doing what you love and what you think fulfills you. Because then it spills out that fulfillment, that success is yours, yes, but there are ways in which you touch people when you are successful. And even that society, as we said, when you are successful, basically, even the society around you, you may not know. They may be valuing you. You would be one of the people who are supporting things there. So for me, when you are fulfilled, you are successful, the society also benefits from your success in a way that you may not even know, but they actually benefit. And when you have those values in you, you will not disengage the society from what you're doing. That is my feeling.
So now let me ask for a friend in the room, because they don't want to raise their hands. If you were to look back a couple of years, well, many years ago, because I think all of you are over 30 years experience. Wow. So if you were to look back at the time when you had just begun your career in law, and I'm sure this is the same right now, there's a lot of pressure. We're looking at our colleagues who graduated with their BComs, and they have very nice jobs at PwC and Deloitte, and they are making way more money than us, and here we are saying we are learned friends. But we can't really, if you look at the pay slips, both sides, there's a bit of a difference. And we're hearing you saying, be passionate about what you do. And every morning I wake up to do small claims. Be passionate. So we're just trying to reconcile, how do we get to this point where We are passionate about that small claims that we do. And on the other side, we are still facing this pressure from our colleagues who are driving bigger cars than us, living in better places, and yet they studied BCom, you know, and we didn't think much of it, but that's why we studied law. Semeni kweli? Yeah, that's why we studied law. So how do we reconcile this, you know? Your views and what we are personally feeling right now. It's not my question, it's someone in the room.
I think personal integrity is the question. Whether someone is driving huge vehicles or driving 10 different vehicles in a day, you know, that sort of thing, how does it affect me personally, in my conscience and in my, you know, feeling and in my status? Why do I have to bother about people who are driving numerous cars all the time? Every minute they're driving a vehicle. It's not even safe for anybody. It is much better to have maybe just one vehicle. You drive it when there is need. At other times, do something more interesting. So the question of the big things people are carrying out there is not the factor that should influence you in terms of the objectives that lead you professionally. So you should ignore them completely. Do your thing and feel satisfied. Be sure that you're giving quality and be happy about that quality. That is much more important than the big physical things people are carrying out there. So if we think about physical things, we are not thinking in a very civilized manner. We shouldn't bother about it. There must be some people there who want to be in large vehicles every minute. But surely that is not quality life. In fact, it is even dangerous. So the best thing is to forget it completely, do the thing that pleases you and that satisfies you, that is professionally correct, and that gives you spiritual satisfaction. That is how I would answer that question.
Just to say, to continue also and say, what are your values? Let me give you an example. When we were recruited as state councils, yeah, we were about 100 in an interview, only 5 reported. All the rest went to state corporations to become legal officers and heads and whatnot. And believe me, 10 years down the line, I prosecuted most of them. Yes, they were my colleagues, but I prosecuted them. So what are your values? Self-satisfaction. We are not saying bringing the bacon home is bad. It's good. Bring it in an integrity way. When you put it on the table, you say, thank you, Lord, I sweat for it, I'm eating it, bless me. But the way people drive cars and whatever they are working, wherever they are working, again, as my colleague said, investigate. Why are they driving 10 cars? I mean, where is this manna? Because we are not in, from Egypt to wherever we were going. When Moses was taking us, there was manna from heaven, isn't it? But then when you are saying they're big cars, they're doing big things, do we take a minute and ask ourselves, how have they reached where they have reached? Sometimes you need to ask those questions. What would be better for me is to eat my small bacon and sleep soundly than have all those vehicles and you are not sleeping. Because there's no any way manna can drop from heaven. And even if you are fortunate enough to have that in a genuine way, there's no worry about it. Thank God for it, but don't compare yourself with somebody, less than your values will be watered down. You will start now looking for shortcuts to get what other people are getting. Be happy with what you are, and I can tell you, you'll be very happy. You don't be anxious. Don't allow your brain to be anxious because your colleague is driving something else. If you are driving what you are driving, as my professor, good teacher says, you remember we used to say, it's a frog, but it takes me from this point to this point, and I'm okay. I'm okay with it. There's a lecturer who used to tell us, he used to drive a Volkswagen. But he says, so long as it takes me from point A to B, I'm good with it. So that value, what is your value in society? What do you feel? If you get it, okay, if you get and you get that in a wrong way, would you sleep well? Of course not. If you get something small but get it in a good way, it's your sweat, you sleep well. So who is more healthy mentally? Between me, who tosses at night, thinking that I've done something wrong, and somebody who just sleeps until morning and say, thank you, God, for another day, let me go and sweat. So my colleague can tell us whose mental fitness is that, who is more mentally fit.
Is that a question for me? Okay. Tell your friend, Helen, that, like I said at the beginning, don't do things that are going to injure your soul. If your soul is going to be so tortured by the fact that you now have a V8 with unexplained income, then that's a problem. If you're going to drive your Beetle but be happy and sleep well at night, that's a better position to be in. I do agree with her. These comparisons are what sometimes distort the society in the way it is currently distorted. So earlier, when William was talking about individual success versus corporate success, I sat here asking myself, with the state of the world the way it is right now, can we truly say we are successful? So maybe as individuals, you have, stayed true to your path, you have achieved your goals in the most honest way possible, you have stayed true to yourself. But in the wider context in which we are operating, if society is as destabilized as it is, as corrupt as it is, as inefficient in many ways as it is, do we have any role that we need to play as professionals? In our spheres of influence, what are those things that we need to do? The things we need to speak out against. And I guess this is where a different aspect of the corporate success comes in. So there's the corporate in terms of the textbook definition of corporate, but as a corporal group, as the human race. And I think we learned, or we thought we learned lessons during the pandemic, but then we sort of forgot them once we were vaccinated. So what are those things that as a collective, yes, we may have achieved what we consider individual or personal success. So I'm just throwing another dimension to it and saying, are there certain things that we need to be speaking out about? I'm not on the campaign trail, so in terms of LSK, for example, I grew up in an LSK that was at the forefront of civil liberties in this country, that was safeguarding civil spaces, that was speaking out against injustice. There was a very strong civil society as well. Those have all eroded. Have we then traded personal comfort for collective comfort, if you will? I'm just throwing it out there so that even as we define our own success, we start to think through where else can we have impact, can we leave meaningful legacies beyond our individual circumstances?
Just two things, and I think that is probably the most important question that has been asked, and maybe the most important discussion for this afternoon. Because that is what is killing us as lawyers and killing our profession and killing our society. It's painful, it is tragic. As my colleagues have said, there's only one answer to that question: your value system. If you are true to your value system, that issue will not bother you at all. In fact, you look at those people with a lot of pity and empathy, that they should know better. Because if your definition of success also includes making money and becoming wealthy, there is only one sure way of achieving that, which is what we've been talking about since we started. Doing your work well, acquiring the skills that are necessary, achieving excellence in the service that you provide. As Prof said, We are an enabling profession. We are not a production line in terms of, when you look at the chain of economics, we're actually not producers. We support producers. And producers, depending on the value they get from us, make us successful. Producers are our clients. So if you focus on excellence in what you do, you can take this to a good bank. You will be wealthy. You will get money. There's no doubt about it. It is not an option. Where you are good at what you do, how do you end up being poor? How do you not make money? There are so many bad lawyers in this country and in our profession who nobody wants to go to. Can you imagine how successful you would be if you are the good lawyer in a pool of very many bad lawyers? How successful would you be? You would even have to come up with certain guidelines in your law firm about some cases which you don't take, not because they are bad, but you simply don't have the capacity to deal with them, to do them. You focus on lines that are clean, are lucrative, and help you to achieve your corporate and personal goals. In other words, what I'm saying is, in the scenario you have painted, be patient. Keep doing the small thing that you are doing, that humdrum kind of work. Do it, but do it well. Trust me, money will come. There's no doubt about it. Money is a byproduct of good work. The second point is, if you fall into that temptation, and this is where I can share with you my experience as the chair of the Advocates Disciplinary Tribunal, it is very tragic to see the kind of cases that we deal with. People who started off in a very, very promising manner, like all of us, and because of succumbing to the kind of temptation we are talking about, you look at them, and let me tell you, the sight is pitiable. You look at someone who has been struck off the role of advocates or who has been suspended, you don't want to look at them again. So, why would you want to get into the temptation that can actually lead you in that direction at the expense of just doing what is right, and you manage your goals and objectives to fit within what is possible within the circumstances that you're operating in? If you do that, I can assure you it's only a matter of time before things change. How many people started in very humble ways? Some of them will tell you their first, where they opened their law firm, it was a room somewhere in Ludhuli or even some other places which you cannot even access today. But they are very successful now where they are because they stuck at it and did the right thing. And when you do the right thing, the right clients will come and you'll be successful. There's no doubt about it. So these comparisons really, if there's one thing that we should delete from our minds as we walk out of this room, is don't compare yourself with others. Just play your game and set the rules for that game.
I hope my friend has heard. So that we will also have time to interact with our panelists, I will allow two last people. Aki backbenchers. Hamtaki kuuliza maswali? Okay. So one lady and one gentleman, and then sasa sijui muta decide ni nani atauliza. Can you combine yourselves? Your hand was up before, I remember, yes.
Thank you. Thomas Hobbes says that, or rather used to say that, human being is a selfish being, is actually inherently selfish, and is always driven by power. My question is, this nature of human being being very selfish, does it actually make other human beings hinder the success of others? Most times, and my observation is that we all want everyone to succeed, or most number want everyone to succeed. Only that nobody, or very few people, would want the other to succeed and supersede them. Yes, you can succeed, just don't bypass me. Just baki hapo nyuma kitu kidogo. So that if we are in a law firm, for instance, I do not want the person behind me to succeed better than me. You can succeed, we cannot be good, just don't go higher than me. So then while at it, how do we deal with this very selfish nature of human beings? You, Chair, if today that is my question. Thank you.
Last question, backbenchers. None? Huh? Oh, gentlemen.
Good evening. Mutevia Wesley Murungi is my name. And my question, actually, okay, it's one question. I have been watching these JSC interviews for these judges, candidates. And we've talked about passion for practice of the law, research, passion basically for the law a lot. And my question is there a point that within the profession, is there a point that we lose passion for the law or something? Why I'm asking that is because I would see some candidates being asked pretty simple questions and they would fail to answer. And the justification they had for that is that probably, say, once they've left law school or did their master's or PhD, they've not been doing a lot of research or study, personal study or something. So as a young professional, my question would be, what strategies would you give to me 20, 30 years down the line that fire will still be burning, you know? That's the question. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to answer you, that room is hot. You forget things. Who will go first?
The quote about selfishness. Let's be clear on what is selfish and what is self-preservation and what is self-care. I'm going to say this, and I do apologize in advance to the gentlemen in the room. Thank you. Women are inherently selfless. And by this I mean, when a woman wakes up, she is not the first person on her mind. She is thinking about her family, anybody else that she needs to nurture in whatever way, whether it's the food that they'll eat, whatever it is. Men can be selfish, but I don't want to look at it from a negative perspective. I think it's from a perspective of provider, in the sense that if they are able to take care of what they need to take care of, they can also then, in a different way, nurture the people they need to nurture. So the aspect you were talking about sounds to me more like self-preservation. And I think people need to move away from a scarcity mindset to an abundance mindset. There is something for everybody. And that something may come at different times. The fact that, and you know you are nudging the lady to your right, so the fact that she has been promoted in the firm doesn't mean that you will not be promoted. It could be for the very reasons that Mr. Maema had said earlier. You are the one who is always getting the warnings, you're tardy with your delivery, whatever it is. So you need to be a little bit selfish, and I mean it in this way. Focus on your goal and your purpose in that firm. Spend less time worrying about who is being promoted and when, and when they came into the firm in comparison to you, and focus on your goal. When you have that laser beam focus, you will actually not be distracted. It's the same answer like when we were talking about people having bigger cars than you and living in better neighborhoods than you. When you take your eye off the goal, you get distracted, you will have an accident. And you might be the only person injured in that accident. So very important to keep your eyes on your prize, and that prize could vary. The fact that somebody has been promoted may also be the nudge that you need to maybe take an opportunity that's elsewhere. So maybe you are delivering, you are doing A, B, C, D, but that environment, you have outgrown it, or it's not the environment for you. It could be, there could be so many levels of why there's a time and place for you to either be in a position or not be in a position. So take it for what it is, your opportunity versus somebody else's opportunity, and stop looking at what is in other people's backyards, or you will never nurture your own. The question about passion fading. Again, I may say something controversial, but this is something that is going to run through all your relationships, including your romantic relationships. So if you are easily distracted, again, by the next model, the next opportunity, somebody else's opportunity, or the model somebody else has, then your passion will seem to dwindle simply because, again, you have taken your eyes off the prize. So to me, you have essentially asked the same question, just in a different way. We have said it in different words, in different ways, each of us. Eyes on your own prize. Just stay focused and water the garden you have.
And love what you're doing.
Na kwa hayo machache. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give you the opportunity to interact with our panelists before they leave. I know at least Mr. Maema had said he needs to leave soon. And as you do that, you can enjoy a cup of coffee or tea and snacks at the back. But I will allow our panelists to give us a parting shot, and thereafter we shall invite our candidates to speak to you. Yes, parting shots.
Thank you, and you'll excuse me because I've got a 6 o'clock, about 10 minutes from here. So after this, I think you'll allow me to leave. My parting shot is this. We all have what it takes to succeed, and the decision is ours. That decision comes with a price. We need to judge what that price is and make the necessary sacrifices to achieve what it is that we want to achieve in life. That's it.
I'm in exactly the same position. I will be leaving soon. But the point I can make, and this is based on my experience, and my experience goes beyond just our republic, to other countries as well. There's one thing that if you are to worship, I think you'll be doing the right thing. It is called quality. If quality is what you worship, you will find that you don't spread yourself out too thin. Spreading oneself out too thin is not a very good thing, really. Because anyone looking at you, someone who's intelligent, will think you are being just a bit foolish. Because you cannot control all those things that you are looking for, you will not even enjoy them. The best thing, take the small number of things that really interest you, do them properly, so that what you get is quality, you will enjoy it all the time. That is the message that I would give, and I hope it applies generally to most of the things that we do. You go for quality, go for small numbers also.
Thank you. For me, it's the same. Be focused, love what you're doing, be resilient, don't be distracted, and work hard. You'll definitely succeed. You all look very successful. Thank you.
pursue excellence, be fearless but not reckless.
Wow. So I want to say a big thank you to our panelists this afternoon, Mr. William Maema, retired judge, Professor J.B. Ojwang, Miss Alice Ondieki, and Miss Jackie Oyuyo Githinji. And I would also like to especially thank our sponsors. And we have two sponsors, and they are here, Eric Kivuva and Daniel Gashao. Before I invite the two sponsors to speak, we also have other candidates aspiring for positions at Nairobi branch. Shall I give you 1 minute each kusalimia wananchi? Yes. Yes. Oh, we have to, hey, ngojeni picha, ngojeni. Haya, candidates, mujipange hapa hivi. Candidates. Candidates. Alafu tutamaliza na sponsors. Candidates. Ni kama mtaki? Okay.
Good evening, colleagues. My name is Stephen Mundia Mwangi, otherwise known as Mzalendo Sankara. I will also be on the ballot. I'm seeking for your votes for the position of council member, LSK Nairobi branch. Just a synopsis of what I stand for, which is basically practice and welfare. On practice, it's matters of litigation, getting dates at the registry, typed proceedings, decrees, basically what we do on a daily basis as practitioners. On welfare, I stand for more activities such as these ones, where advocates are able to meet, interact, share ideas, and basically grow together. Therefore, next week on Friday, on the 3rd of May, I ask for your votes for council member LSK Nairobi branch, na mkinipea nitaperform. Asanteni sana.
Good evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Victor Mulindi. I'm currently a council member at the Nairobi branch. and I want to continue serving you in the same capacity. One of the things that we were able to do at the branch during my time is to get more funding for the branch. We want to continue getting more partners on board and getting people more involved. A lot of mid-bar and seniors are not really interested in what the Law Society is doing. So we want to get them as much involved as possible. Of course, when it comes to practice issues, we want to continue pushing people like BRS, like Ardisasa, to make sure that the work of advocates is done well and that we're able to have seamless practice so that we don't have a lot of loopholes where people have to give money to get services. So I want to pray that we'll continue with the service. I want to ask for your votes on the 3rd of May so that we can continue serving the members and having a good legacy for the branch. Thank you so much, and I appreciate you. The name is Victor Mulindi, and God bless you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Modoni Gashara. I am vying or seeking to serve you as a council member in the branch. I am an advocate of 4 years, practicing under Gashara Thiambo Advocates. I am seeking to represent you. My agenda is Agenda ni Law. L stands for lobbying for funds to assist in their activities and initiatives in the branch. Number 2, E stands for enhancing the practice environment. Number 3, O stands for opening up more programs for mentorship and welfare. I kindly urge you to please vote for C. Modoni Gashara come 3rd of May, 2024. Let Nairobi mellow and grow with Modoni Gashara. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Flora Chebet. I am an advocate also, of course, yeah. So I am vying for the position of vice chair, and all I'm asking from you is a position, or rather is an opportunity or a chance to be able to be part of the solution to the practice challenges that we are facing in our court registries and our land registries. We will also look at welfare issues for all our members. Like for instance, we will also have more mentorship sessions like this one. And also when we attend events like legal aid, I will advocate for stipends so that we have a chance to empower, especially the young advocates, so that when you go there, you can network and expand your network as well as serve the community. So that is all. Thank you. I will be asking for your vote on 3rd of May for the position of Vice Chair.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good evening, good afternoon. Yes. So the name is Josephine Oyombe. We've been together since midday. I believe we've enjoyed the IP Symposium we just had and the mentorship session that has just ended. So I continue to seek your support and your votes as the Vice Chair, LSK Nairobi branch. My manifesto is based on the STAR agenda, which means efficient service delivery, technology and diversity inclusion, and resource mobilization. Now, how will that benefit us? If we have effective service delivery, it means even at our law firms, we'll be able to be efficient and earn our legal fees in good time. Technology, we've had the IP Symposium. In the previous years, I've hosted you during the Tech Week. So I believe with having more of these, we'll be able to build our capacity, expand our areas of practice, and earn more as advocate. Resource mobilization, I intend to keep lobbying. In the past, I've been able to fundraise for the branch to the tune of 2.8 million. So I pledge to continue doing that. And this time around, we'll get to have programs that are focused on our members so that as advocates out there, we can still have training opportunities, scholarship opportunities. We grow our capacity and at the end of the day, serve our clients well and earn more money. So vote for me, Josephine Oyombe, Vice Chair, LSK Nairobi branch.
Good evening, members. My name is Ribin Nyarangi Ondwari. I'm a partner at Ashitiva Advocates. I have served you in council, Nairobi branch, as a council member, and I've also been very active in a number of committees. I'm running for the position of vice chair, and I'm here to ask for your vote and support. My manifesto is based on 3 key pillars. The first one is practice excellence. I can't say more of this because the panel has really said a lot about the underpinnings of practice excellence and what it gives as a foundation. But what we want to do as a branch is continue the strategic engagement with the key stakeholders from the courts, from BRS to lands, IP, the police, to ensure that at the end of the day we support you as members to ensure that you're able to achieve practice excellence. Beyond that, we're running on a platform of achieving sustainable welfare on 2 things. Number 1, pushing for the establishment of an endowment fund, and number 2, more options in terms of insurance options to ensure that at the end of the day, inevitably, if tragedy strikes, then the branch is able to support you in those 2 aspects. And lastly, in terms of branch financial sustainability, as we've known, Nairobi is the biggest branch, and the branch needs a lot of financial sustainability in order to ensure that we've been there, we've championed in trying to get additional funds from devolution. But beyond that, we've also been there, we've assisted in fundraising for the branch. We'll continue that, and even beyond that, we have championed and we have ensured that we are running practices at the branch properly to ensure that the little that we have right now is being used well, even as we go ahead to try and get more. So my name is Ribin Ondwari, running under member-centric agenda to serve you as vice chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, and now our sponsors themselves. We go alphabetically. Tunaanza na D.
Good evening, colleagues. Salimieni kwa hewa. Kama unaniona, pungia kwa hewa. Daniel Gashao Mwangi, advocate, and I'm seeking to serve you guys as chair, Nairobi branch. I'm about collaborations, and I'm about engagements with impact. I'm about creating intentional relationships that have direct and documentable benefit for advocates. I have a track record that demonstrates what I'm saying. It's not something that I've just lifted from a space and brought it as a sweetener. I've actively engaged in the protection of practice space, and I've actively engaged in impactful engagements with stakeholders that have really brought advancement and have really helped secure what we have now. I have looked at the environment we're in, and I have seen that there are some low-hanging fruits which we can use to even tap into the new emerging areas of practice. For us who were here before the mentorship session, we had engaged in the intellectual property space. We know tomorrow is WIPO Day, and we really saw the impactful tech spaces that offer emerging areas in practice. But the hanging question in that discussion was, why does the industry get so far ahead of the implementation aspect? Or why, in one short question, why does the business go ahead and the aspect of regulation comes after? If we engage with in-house counsel, and in that example, we can take the example of our colleagues in parliament. If we can make them colleagues, but also key stakeholders, we would be able to manage the outcomes that we see and call them the emerging areas of practice. That's what I'm about. I'm about engagement with impact, with a track record to show. Since we're in a tech week, and hapa tunajua ni Lawyers Hub, my agenda is online. Ingia to danielgashao.com. We interact. It's there, it's doable, and this is the solution. I am consistent. I am able to show what I have done. And I have heard in spaces that it being said that Nairobi branch does not have mentorship. Do you agree? I have heard it said in spaces that Nairobi branch does not have mentorship sessions. Do you agree? No. So this is one. So how come it can be said that they don't exist? Anyway, I am relevant, relatable, and dedicated. Come 3rd May, unasahau jina. That is given. It's possible. I forget names, but I don't forget faces. Sindio? Remember the name, but if you forget, don't forget the face. Situambia tumeenda na hiyo order. Itakuwa ya kwanza hapo. Sawa. Daniel Gashao for chair. Asanteni sana. And we look forward to our sisters. She's done a good job steering the branch so far. And we wish you all the best, Helen. I know it was a hot seat, but you did us proud. So we're looking forward to heralding Lady Justice, Helen, Rafaela, na Missy. Asanteni sana.
Mimi ninaomba tu hiyo maombi huwa ifiki roof ifike juu. Kama ni ya kukwamia hapa tafadhali baki nayo. Bwana Kivuva.
Good evening, learned colleagues. Allow me to start by thanking the branch. Madam Chair, with your team, you have done an amazing job. And I am so proud to have been part of this as a sponsor. I must say, sitting in the audience, I have been refreshed. You had also picked the right speakers, and they did a fantastic job. And so I want to celebrate you, Madam Chair, together with your team, for the great job that you have done. My name is Eric Kakemu Kivuva, an advocate of about 12 years standing. I run a firm called McKay Advocates. We are about 7 partners. And I present to you a manifesto that I consider has what we call completeness. The Holy Trinity presents the completeness of God, and it is in 3 parts. There is the African stool that stands on 3 legs. My manifesto stands on 3 parts. And that's why I call it a manifesto that presents completeness. Professor J.B. Ojwang has just said that advocates are scholars. And I took time to just understand what is completeness. And the description of completeness is that which consists of all the necessary parts. My manifesto consists of all the necessary parts that will take the branch to the next level. My manifesto is about protection and expansion of practice. And under this particular agenda, I am keen on us introducing more efficiency at the registry level so that the court registries, the KIPI registries, the land registries work in an efficient manner. And when there is efficiency at the registries, our incomes can be predictable. You can even advise a client from a position of certainty. A lot of us are losing jobs as conveyancers because sometimes you tell a client, we now have Adisasa. This will be done in 3 days. And then it takes 35 days. You look like a liar, you lose trust, you lose a client. I'm also saying we can do better at the registry at Milimani when it comes to dates, when it comes to decrees. Because if we have used technology to get to the point of getting our judgments online, getting our orders online, is it not possible for us to get our dates online, for us to get our decrees online? But more importantly, our speakers today spoke about excellence in practice. And we must pursue excellence at all levels. Can we get to the point where we set a gold standard for practice and get to a point where certainty becomes part of the game, so that I will know that the moment I get my judgment, I expect to get my decree within a period of 14 days at most. That way, the joy of practice will be restored. I am also saying that we have been invited to look into the many other areas of law. And my brother has made a mention of it. I speak to the how in my manifesto. We need to set up a committee at the branch level about the emerging areas of law. I had a chance to visit the council at KRA, and one of the councils told me that it is not true that accountants are taking your work. What we need to do as advocates is upscale. And I very humbly submit that this committee on emerging areas of law is a committee that will enable us upscale and fit into those spaces that have been taken up by accountants, into the mediation space that has been taken up by pastors, counselors, and teachers, into the climate change space that is still unexploited by all of us. And lastly, on the third agenda, I am saying that we need a structured mentorship program. The mentorship for today has done so much good to all of us. But I must say, whatever success I enjoy today is because I had people to hold my hand. I started off as a commercial lawyer. And I'm lucky because Mr. William Maema, at the time when I was doing a lot of IP, is a man who held my hand. And I was able to excel in that particular field and do well. I later on met a Mr. Gennaro Kibet, who also held my hand and enabled me to transition into becoming a litigation advocate. What I'm simply saying is, if we can have a structured way, it will be possible for us to build thriving practice for everyone. And I am saying that as your chairman of the branch, I will lead the efforts at developing a standard guide for practice so that anyone getting into the practice of law will know that this forest that I am getting into has this kind of animals. These are the kind of weapons I will need to fight off these animals. It is the only way for us to attain excellence. It is the only way for everyone to enjoy practice all over again. Ladies and gentlemen, Eric Kivuva is a chair for the branch who presents a complete solution. On the 3rd of May, let us all make the right choice. Let us seek a complete solution. Let us vote for Eric Kakemu Kivuva to serve as the chair of the branch. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Imesha. So thank you very much for coming. Thank you for engaging the panelists. Once again, thank you to the panelists, even those who have left. And once again, thank you very much to our 2 sponsors who have actually made this possible. So you can thank the sponsors for the tea you're taking, eh? Yes. They are the ones who have brought you mandazi today. And on that note, I want to say asanteni sana, and then mkunywe chai ya sponyo. Hapo nyuma. Na usitoke bila mandazi. Have a good evening and see you. I think the next time we are going to have an interaction will be elections. See you on the 3rd of May kwa mtandao.